Yeah, yeah. Turn it up, static calm, here we go, yeah. Dust in the feed, hit record, no sleep. Truth unlocked, no keys. Paranormal beef, spirits flex. Hunters mad, eagles wreck. Cold cases, hot mics, ghost stories, knife fights. Who fake what, who got caught? Dust break it down, line by thought. Last first fact stage, roll a bit, then explain. Cross that line, he won't hide, owns the mess, takes the ride. Dust productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lines, hands up, hands up. Dust Productions, night to day. If it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lines, hands up, hands up. YouTube wars, screenshots rain, sub counts drop, pride in flames. Call out vids, fake apologies, dust cut through, no mythology. Receipts stack, time stamp, spin don't work. Facts glam, come and fights, keyboard rage. Dust stay cool, calm the stage. Jokes fly, chat laugh, but the point always lands. Say it straight, no disguise, on the wrong, look alive, look alive, Dust Productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke, Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up, Dust Productions, night to day, If it's messy, on display, Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up. Power Rangers, morphin' time, old heroes cross lines, suit actors, fan debates, convention beef, long delays, red and blue, gold and black, dust got law, way back, respect earned when it's due, call the mess. Call the truth, no cape, no ghost, just a mic that cuts close, no hiding, no spin, accountability wins, Dust Productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke, Dustbusters locked in, sweep it clean, all in, Dust Productions, end of dust, if it's chaos, trust the dust, hit subscribe, stay sharp, dust out, now, dust out, hit subscribe, stay sharp, dust out,
Upload drop, the timeline shakes. Another investigator, caught in fakes. Crocodile tears in a thumbnail frame. All that hype just to rent a name. Scripted fear and a stage collapse. Group chat leaks in the backstab scraps. He rolls receipts, no hit or miss. Crosshair locked and he never missed. Comment section overheating quick. Subtweets flying and the damage thick. They swear they're tough, but it don't persist. Countdown, he don't miss. Just didn't miss. Dead center straight through the script. Just didn't miss. No spin zone, no counterfeit. They keep watching, they can't resist. Refresh, yeah, they're obsessed with it. When the spotlight twists, just didn't miss. Just didn't miss. When the spotlight twists, just didn't miss. Just didn't miss. Dog catcher walking the algorithm street. Paranormal pit bulls feel that heat. All bark online till the video hits. Then it's crash out, posts and deleted clips. Power Rangers circles paranoid. Private lurks, confidence destroyed. Spy in Discord, ninja stream. Screenshot, panic in the DMs. We're resilient, yeah, that's the line. Till the facts go, live at 9. All the cracks when the truth persists. One upload, he don't miss. Just didn't miss. Bullseye blast, no politics. Just didn't miss. Receive stacked like bricks on bricks. They keep watching, they can't look away. Hate watch every single day. When the hammer's gay, when the spotlight twists. Just didn't miss. Just didn't miss. When the spotlight twists. Just didn't miss. Just didn't know. Expose every lie, decompose. No edit to soften the blows. Just facts when the curtain blows. They lurk, they spy real quick. Every premiere makes the timeline flip. Brazilians talk, it don't exist. When dust steps up, he don't miss. He don't miss. He don't miss. He don't miss. I just didn't miss. Clean shot, iron wrist. I just didn't miss. Truth carved Another channel in damage control. Another live where they lose control. They watch, they rage, they clench their fists, cause dust didn't miss.
What is up? Shuffle up and deal. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Eric? Yeah. Crazy shit went down last night. Crazy shit going down today. What's up, Marie? What's up, Zombie? So last night's stream was crazy. Absolutely nuts. And of course, a lot of people were up in their feelings. Some of it I think is justified, but you know, after that stream, I was talking with a friend, and you know, sometimes it's good to get an opinion from someone outside of a situation, you know, and you know, that's what we're going to be doing tonight. But first, I need to address something. So someone in my Discord pointed out that at some point in the past, I think, I don't know what it was. I think it may have been like a voice chat in a Discord or something. It really doesn't matter if it was private or public. At some point in the past, I called Brent Pham a moron. Well, yes, I did, because at one point, I did not like Brent at all. Now, you know, opinions can change and people's views can change over time. So, Brent, if you're watching, I apologize for that. Things are very different now. My views have changed. I don't agree with you all the time, Brent. But if I really thought that you were such a horrible person, I don't think I would let you up. Also, you know, I think maybe the people that were really hurting Brent are maybe the people that, you know, we'll get into it. We'll get into it because someone that I'm going to be bringing up is going to have a take on this, you know. So we're going to be reacting to part of the stream from last night, and I'm going to be bringing someone up, Ladies Fright, from the paranormal community, who was watching last night. And you know, last night, before I bring her up, before I do anything, you know what, I should send her the link. She can get ready. Give me just a second, because I do want to say something else. So I do want to say that, you know, I think since I left that other community, my views on a lot of things have changed. And meeting the people in the paranormal community, excuse me, people like Ladies Fright, people like Florio, people like Side Eye Guy, people like Chris from Fear the Pod, Beardo, all of those people have really changed how I look at certain things and changed how I look at certain people. And I like to think that the people that I associate with now change me for the better, you know, because like Ladies Fright and Florio and all those people, like they're like, if I say something they don't agree with, they're definitely going to tell me, you know, and they seriously give me things to think about. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone, all the content creators from the paranormal community. I know that because of everything we've been through the past couple months, you know, we all kind of shared a foxhole together, you know, fighting this other war. And, you know, it just, we got to know each other under bad circumstances, I think. But anyways, I do want to bring up our guest. Let me see what y'all are saying. As you do, God forbid your stance change over the passage of time. Nothing wrong with growth like that. Most people don't want to take that road. That's fine. Just don't complain when everyone moves on. So that's the thing. Like, that's part of the reason why I left. Like, everything that we were doing, I didn't agree with it anymore. And, I didn't like what was happening. And here we are. But, after last night's stream, I'm sure some people were over the moon. Oh, Dust is talking about it. Dust is finally addressing. Oh, now they have content. Whatever. Make your content. Do whatever you're going to do. But I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody who's watching. I want to thank everybody who's been sticking with me. I appreciate y'all, but we need to bring up our guest and we need to get going. You know what I mean? We need to get going. So, ladies and gentlemen, I got to get my StreamYard thing set up here. It's going to be weird how I got to do this stream, but it'll work. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ladies Fright.
Hello.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm okay. We're about to get snowed in. How are you doing?
Snowed in. Dang. How many inches of snow do you have so far?
It started really late, but I think we're under a blizzard warning, so I think up to 2 feet.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We didn't get rid of the snow from the last 2-footer, so.
So that means you probably run the risk of losing power.
I'm really hoping not. The wind is a concern. I'm manifesting that we don't lose power. I'm manifesting really hard.
Yeah, I mean, usually when it snows bad enough, I lose power and I don't have a generator. Because I'm in an old farmhouse. It really can't, the wiring really can't take it, so.
It's not supposed to get, the issue is the storm is very long. It's supposed to stop at 6 p.m. tomorrow, so Monday. So, that's when I'm more concerned. I'm not really concerned about tonight.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Hold on. I need to. All right. Cool. All right. So, last night's stream. I need to ask you really quick. What did you think? I know you were in the chat. What did you think of last night's stream? Really quick, just off the top of your head, just a quick little summary.
I mean,
I know there's a lot to go through and break down, but
yeah, it's a lot. I want to say it was a lot, but not in a way that I'm surprised. So I'm on the debunking paranormal niche. We'll say I don't really debunk. I do research into history stuff. But that's not the only content I consume. I'm also big into the drama side of YouTube and things like that. And I've seen blood sports before. I don't like them, but I've seen it.
Right.
And actually, it's not like I go in and I watch blood sports, but I've watched people cover blood sports because I don't like blood sports. And it felt like it was getting close to that last night. So I think it's very surprising for people in the paranormal community. And I'm going to say that it's because a lot of the audience, if you look at the analytics, sway a little bit older. Mm-hmm. And people within my age range tend to watch these drama channels and things like that. And I think that's probably more where the Power Ranger community lies, funny enough.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was a lot. I wasn't surprised, but it was a lot.
It was. And, the stream last night, believe it or not, was tame compared to some other streams that have happened in the past. Not just on my channel, but on other channels as well.
So it has become blood sports in the past, where like pylons and things like that.
Oh my God, you have no idea. Like the yelling and screaming that has gone on some live streams and the crash outs. And, you know, I mean, that's why certain people have dipped out of it, you know, just because it got so toxic. But let's see what Ko says really quick. I learned one thing from last night, and that is the people who, what is that? I don't give a fuck. I'm going to say my say are the ones who typically do give a fuck and fire up over other people's takes. Yeah. Yeah. You know, some people were.
That is an observation that you made.
Some people definitely got fired up from last night. Some people are like crashing out today, but you know, but let's see. Let me get to share screen.
And I do want to say before we go into this, like a personal, like, like warning. I don't know anything about the Power Ranger stuff. So if I have a take on something, please be patient with me. I don't know what's happening. I have my beliefs and feelings on what I saw last night. But yeah, if I say something and the Power Ranger community is just like, this bitch doesn't know. Yeah, I don't. I don't know.
That's why I wanted you here, because you're like an outside fresh mind. Like, it's fine.
People can calmly explain it to me, but if you're not going to be calm about it, I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not going to listen to you. Sorry, I shouldn't say I'm not going to listen to you. I will not process what you are saying. And just be aware that, like, and I'm meaning this in the nicest way possible, I don't care. So, like, if you're really passionate about something, just remember the audience, me being the audience, doesn't care about that passion as much.
Right.
I'm glad that you're passionate, but I just don't care. I'm so sorry.
Right, literally. So, but really quick, so this is your channel here. Let me move my chat here. And let's see, you make all kinds of, as I, you know, figure out my computer, you make all kinds of cool stuff.
Thanks.
You know, there's the video that we did, and then did you clip the Galentine's yet, or no? Or is that
I did not clip it. It should be in the live. That one is gonna stay live.
Okay.
There's a few that I like, the special ones I do, I keep live. The ones I do on a regular Tuesday, I take down and clip.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. But you guys need to go and check out Ladies Fright. I'm gonna copy the link and I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Thanks.
And
yeah, I cover a lot of, we'll call it like paranormal history. I look at different, mostly ghost stories, and then I observe historical and cultural aspects around it to see if we can kind of explain it versus just assuming it's a ghost.
Right, because, you know, that's the first thing everybody thinks of. Oh, it was a ghost. It was a demon. It was this. It was that. And usually, like, because I used to do paranormal investigations in the past, you know, a lot of times when you go through the actual investigative process, you can explain a lot of stuff. You know, it's just that simple.
It also, like, I do have a firm belief that the paranormal stories we tell have a big reflection on culture that's happening at the time of the story. So yeah, it can be explained away because they're like, yeah, like, I hate to say it, half the time it's like, yeah, that was sexist, yeah, that was racist, and that's what the story was. So I like to look into those.
Right. Well, guys, definitely it's in the chat. Ladies Fright's link to her channel, you can check it out. But you know, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room. Whoo! Now close the chat and whatever. Yeah. So we're gonna go from about when Brent comes up, because that's actually where everything just started firing off. We don't have anything time stamped. However, we can skip ahead as needed.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do want to say I went over this before I came on. There is one timestamp prior to this that I just want to like quickly observe at 58 minutes.
Okay. It's 58 minutes exactly?
About it, yeah.
All right, I'm at 57:55, so we'll just let it play.
Okay. Yeah, so click from here.
JDF dealt with substance abuse. What? So we're not going to talk about that? We're not going to talk about how he promoted mental health, but didn't go himself because he thought you're weak if you do that? I like JDF too, but yo, that's fucked up. But Zach McGinnis is saying, yo, he was glad that he was dead and this and that, and talking about all that stuff. And I actually broke that story when it came out. Like, it's different. It's different if you say, yo, I'm glad this person's gone. I'm pretty sure that Brent never said that. So really quick for context, Zach Taylor McGinnis was like an event promoter and like kind of like an agent. So like a Ranger actor would go to someone like Zach Taylor McGinnis and say, can you get me into these conventions? And then he would book them, whatever. Well, Zach Taylor McGinnis did not like JDF at all. And 1 year after his passing, he went to Twitter and said, I'm glad you're dead. It must chap your ass that they have the Red Ranger in the Macy's Day Parade and this and that, and saying all these horrible things. And someone was saying that what I was saying was like that, and I was just saying, no, it's like different. And Brent never actually said that.
And like, I do want to make that point that like, it feels like when a piece of criticism is put out, then the worst example is brought up of like comparison, which is not always fair. If you keep going, I think there's another thing that I just want to quickly bring up before we get into it.
Absolutely. I didn't mention Brent in that comment. I'm talking about you, Dust. Where did I say that I was glad JDF is gone? I never said that at all. And I never said that it's okay to do that. I'm just saying you can call out the messed up stuff that they did. And just because someone is passed doesn't mean that you shouldn't say, like, if you thought they weren't a good person, I mean, you can say it. Where did I say I'm glad that JDF passed? Where? No, I didn't. So, yeah. So, see, people, the thing is that, like, Answer, he's a big JDF fan, and, I actually respect Answer and everything, but our views are going to be a little bit different. And as much as I love JDF, is still talking about the dead. Dude, I am not going to pretend that JDF did nothing wrong. It comes down to that. You want me to stop?
Yeah, we can, like, just for a little bit. That the talking about the dead thing, I think, is something like I want to put a pin in to like remember to like bring up and talk about.
Okay.
I know I made this point in the chat, and I know you were trying to make this point. I do think we have to reiterate it again. Just because someone's dead doesn't mean they are wiped of all the sins they did in life. Now, I understand that Answer later goes on to explain that that's part of his cultural beliefs, and that's fine. I think that's great that you have a cultural belief, and I think it's even more amazing that you explained it to people. You can't hold people to that same standard, and I know he said he wasn't, but he was. And that will come up again and again and again in this past stream. So just that, I do want to keep going because I think he says one more thing that I just want to remember for later on.
Okay, and I do see something else in that's actually in the chat that I think maybe gets highlighted that I know you want to talk about, but we'll get there.
Okay.
I will never say that I'm glad that someone has passed or anything like that. And like me talking about this stuff about Jason is not me dancing on his grave, but I'm not going to pretend. Yeah, he took the easy way out. I can definitely confidently say that.
Yeah, you want to pause that for a second?
Yeah.
So just once again, I'm here to give my observations. I hate that sentiment. When it comes to self-deletion ideations, I want to be very cautious because of, monetization on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think the greatest thing that we can do is prevention. When it comes to things like that, there are certain things that you are taught in order to help with prevention. One of them is on the opposite spectrum of what you are saying, and you're not supposed to glorify what happened. This, especially when it comes to students. So I used to be a teacher. We unfortunately had to have training every year about what happens if a student ends their own life. Because what can happen is a ripple effect, and other students could also harm themselves. So one of the things is to not glorify it. You have to speak about it in fact, but not talk about what actually happened, because glorifying it makes it feel like it's a solution to something, because a lot of these kids will be wanting the attention from it and wanting to have a justification of getting back at people for treating them wrong. And the thing is, it doesn't matter because you're not there to experience it, because you made that decision. On the other end of the spectrum, I don't think shaming is the right thing to do either. Someone who has these ideations are already feeling immense amounts of shame. Compacting it and saying that it is a coward's way, an easy way, is not going to help prevent someone from doing it.
So you're saying that that could actually make it worse?
Yes. Yeah, because it brings up a why bother mentality.
Right.
So well, you know what? I am a coward then. Fine. They already feel shame. Shame can't be the thing that brings them back from the brink. So, but I also want to reiterate, I fully understand being angry at that person.
Oh, yeah.
You're going through grief as a fan. And one of the things of grief is anger. And you might be stuck in anger for a while. I do hope that at some point you come to the understanding that it was not a good choice to make, but you don't have any emotions behind it. You can at best be disappointed. But I understand you being angry right now. But I don't think this rhetoric is helpful in the long run, because some people said it, and once again, guys, I don't know this Power Ranger guy. He's just a guy to me. It is very sad what happened to him. Very, very sad. I'm not emotionally invested in him. I think it is so upsetting to hear that someone felt they had no other choice but to do that. And I think that we should work towards finding language that could help people not feel that way. I'm also going to say once again, if you are in crisis, please call 988. It is a service that can help you, at least talk to you. They are trained to talk to you. But yeah, I guess that's what I have to say. Do you want
no,
no. I'm just going off.
This is why, when we were talking and we were talking about some of those things, because obviously Joan was like, I actually don't agree with what you said. I'm like, and she told me all of that, and I'm like, God damn, I'm wrong. For real. And I, something like that, especially something that I think is probably this important, is one of the reasons why I was like, maybe we should kind of stream about this. You don't have to know absolutely everything about what's going on to give, a perspective, a different perspective.
I'm also taking myself, it's also an approach that someone not in the fandom because I do completely understand there's a lot of strong emotions in this because there was a person you looked up to. I don't look up to this person, so I don't have those strong emotions. So where I'm empathetic that people do have those strong emotions, I personally think we should learn from the mistakes of others to prevent that for the living people, because I'm more concerned with the conditions of the living than I am about the talking of the dead. Someone who talks about ghosts, I don't care. I'm more concerned about the conditions of the living.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, let's see. Was that the only timestamp you had? Do you want to move to forward?
I think I'll just say, because I don't remember where it was exactly. At one point, I believe Answer says, I don't talk about the dead except Osama bin Laden.
I think he did that like when he came up.
It was on a post of some kind.
It was?
Okay. I just want to remember that for right now, because I think it comes into play of the misunderstandings later on. So just I don't do this except blank.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Okay. So that means are we moving, or are we continuing where we're at? I think we're
yeah. Sorry, Boo Productions. So if we're wrong, you consider that opinion. That's weird and abnormal. Just kidding. What are you talking about? I don't mind explaining myself.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't talk about the dead, but like each I don't know. Maybe we should just move forward. I don't know.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any ruckus.
No, I don't think you're causing any ruckus. Here, I'll just skip this and then we'll all right. So I think that, how do I articulate this? I think that like all right, JDF was my childhood hero.
Okay.
When he passed away, like it actually messed me up a little bit. And it messed a lot of people up. And you know, there are, just because he was my childhood hero, to me, doesn't mean that he can do no wrong. You know, so for me, some people might say, well, he's passed, he can't defend himself, he can't say this, he can't do that. Well, it's true, he's not here, but I can still voice my opinions on maybe some things that he has done in the past, you know, and that's where some people are getting like, you know.
I always say, don't look for your heroes in history. People are human. No one is ever going to live up to the standard you have for them. So I hate to say it, either like lower your standards or accept that they won't like reach them, and voice what your standard would have been.
Yeah, I'll say when I'm wrong. like there are times when I'm wrong. You see,
I, however, am never wrong. I'm just kidding. I'm constantly wrong.
See, here's the thing. Like, people have to be allowed to change and grow and learn and learn to forgive. Some people don't. And if you can't do those things, if you're like, no, I said what I said, I'm going to die on this hill. I feel sorry for you. Like, you know, like that's sad to me.
Well, that's not growth. And I think that we should be striving for growth. Like, I look to be a better person than I was 5 years ago. And I, you know, keep doing that. And like, yeah, no, I cringe at some of the opinions and takes I had when I was, how old am I? Like 27.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, even more when I was 17. There's this one creator I watch, and she goes, if I'm saying something and you went, oh, but 6 months ago you said this, she goes, don't believe me 6 months ago, believe me now. I've changed. I've grown. Like, I've formed a different opinion with new information.
Yeah. Another thing too is like I am a troll on the internet too. And so that like sometimes that can be like a weird line, you know, and sometimes when I troll, sometimes people and Florio has even messaged me. She's like, dude, you need to dial it back. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think you might be right. But it has to do with the people that you surround yourself with, you know. Yeah. I think I'm fortunate to have the people that are around me at this time, you know. That's why I made that little thing earlier in this live stream. So
yeah,
not trying to get all mushy or anything.
Get mushy. It's okay. We like it.
There's, you know, maybe I got this ice that, you know, we got to melt through a little bit, but
yeah,
maybe we'll get there. But you know,
I'm gonna make Dust cry on this stream. You fucking watch me. I have to go chop onions underneath his nose.
Oh shit! All right, let me move this chat here so that maybe I'll just move it over the chat that's in the video.
The real chat, just put it over the chat that's in the video. Confuse everybody.
Yeah, literally, they're like, "What the fuck is happening?" It's the only way. It's the only way, guys. All right, cool. All right, so this is the part where Brent Fam comes up, and this is where the issue continued, and we're just gonna react to this. This is Dust Redemption arc. I don't know about that. You know, I think it was the very first I can't do this anymore, and I'm like, I just owned up to my shit, you know, from the, you know, other community. I'm like, no, this is what I did. This is what other people did. Sorry, I'm out this bitch, and I left. You know, literally. So, all right, let's watch this. Like, this isn't a feel sorry for me thing. This is just let's talk about what happened last night.
But
so,
it is a feel sorry for me thing. Just so everyone knows, I want you to pity me, please.
Yeah, like
send me well wishes and condolences. Anything. I'm down.
Just put it over Brent. Just kidding. No, you know, because you know, this is Brent's actually the main topic, and like,
look at that face. Look at that little face he has on right there.
he loves it coming up on stream. You know, yeah. Some people, you know, I think it's because he's more accepted in the paranormal community. When he clicks the link, he may not have the popular opinions. Sometimes he'll play devil's advocate. I know that Florio and him went back and forth a few times, but you know, for the most part, you know, Brent's done good, and some people enjoy. Like, if Brent does not click my link, people are like, "Yo, where's Brent? Like, is he okay?"
I do get worried about him.
So it's all good. You know. All right, let hang on one second. Let's
Take
see.
your time.
I'm way past 40, so building and growing is over. In other words, I'm headed towards the ground like a dart. It's never too late to learn something, in my opinion.
No, you can learn something. It's fun.
Yeah, sometimes you can learn stuff. It'll be funny. All right, well, we need to get into this though.
I mean, that sound clip we played is kind of relevant to what I'm going to say. You probably have a good guess as to why.
And the sound clip he's talking about is
how dare you speak to me that way? It's about the standards that you set as a channel owner. I'm going to shout out some positive streamers: DG Collins, Rangerverse. They have streams that are focused on Power Rangers content, and there was a situation where it got confrontational because Sean Rhea brought up something, an underhanded jab at me, and then I told him I was going to put him in his place, but due to the nature of that channel, I will refrain from doing so.
When Brent says he's going to put someone in his place, I can't do anything but laugh. Like,
don't do that.
No,
okay.
It's not bad. It's because I know Brent's going to he'll either have an unpopular take or he's just, the thing that I love is that he's passionate about anything that he says. You know?
Yeah.
That's why it makes me laugh. It's not like, oh, you know, it's not like a long time ago on maybe in another community when I was like, no, he's a moron. I don't like his take. He's so stupid. Like it was very stupid and moronic of me to say those things. All right.
Before you go though, I think this is like a good starting point too. So like coming into this, and I'm trying, as someone who doesn't know the dynamics of the communities that are being discussed, I'm only hearing what the argument presented to me is. So at this point, what I am hearing Brent say is there are codes of conduct in other communities that I follow and I respect. I like these rules that are put into place and I'm willing to follow them. Is what I am hearing.
Yep.
Let's take away standards and let's replace it with a word that's maybe more understandable. Rules. There are rules in these communities that I'm willing to respect. Is what I'm hearing. Does he do it? I don't know.
He does.
That's what I'm hearing.
He does, because when he comes on my platform and it's a paranormal stream, he stays on topic. He doesn't talk about other stuff. He's respectful of that. So I would assume that he does do that on other channels. So
yeah.
All right, you want to go on or?
Yeah.
All right.
Do it.
Cool.
Because I am respectful of the boundaries the channel sets. Dust, when you tell me not to talk about that other person, I don't mention his name. I try not to mention his name because I don't want to derail. I try to respect. Sometimes it's human nature to go off topic, but you try to reel it in because I respect the boundaries you set on your channel.
Can you pause it
Henry.
Okay. So once again, what I am hearing, and like, mind you, I have talked to Dust about this. From my observations and my brief interactions with Brent, I feel he is a very black and white thinker. And nuance is a little bit more hard for him to understand. So what I'm getting from what Brent is saying is, I'm good with boundaries. Yes, that is what he literally said. But what he means too is, I'm good with clearly made boundaries. If you tell me don't do this, I will not do it. It becomes a little bit difficult when there are rules such as, and not calling Dust out, but calling Dust out, don't be a bitch. What does that fucking mean? Like, when it comes down to it, like, that is a very confusing for someone who is a black and white thinker. I don't know what don't be, like, don't complain. Don't be a nuisance. What is a nuisance? What is it annoying? Don't be mean. What is being mean? So like, when you tell Brent something like, hey, don't mention the word banana, Brent's gonna go, cool, I know the rule is to not mention the word banana. But if you go and someone says in the same chat, oh, I was having a banana nut muffin, and he goes, wait, you just said the word banana. And they're like, no, it's different because I said banana nut muffin. It's a different thing. It's not just a banana. That's where the rules become difficult to understand for him. And mind you, I am making a lot of assumptions about Brent right now, but these are based on my observations and what I am hearing.
Yeah. In my experience, like, Brent will not talk about Henry unless I say Henry or I bring up something about that. Because then he assumes like everything is like fair game at the time, which I guess I can understand his way of thinking with that. Like, why would I bring it up if it's not a part of like the conversation, So yeah. All right. Well, let's continue.
Because he is the topic of this drama, I will mention him by name, has set a standard of calling people Captain Crackhead without presenting evidence that Rican used illegal drugs. And he repeatedly on his channel has called him a Captain Crackhead. he has a song playing on his channel calling him Captain Crackhead. And
so, really quick context: Rican Ranger is someone who we all believe to be delusional at this point.
Okay.
Who
I was
is
going to ask, there's like the one part of the community thing that I do kind of need to understand. Why don't we like Rican Ranger?
okay? So Rican. Okay, let me. All right, there's a lot, but I'm gonna give you.
Okay,
the
can you
quick
give me
rundown.
like the top 5 reasons? We'll just say, just to make it easy.
He thought that Hasbro was gonna give him the keys to Power Rangers for free, and he was gonna do a whole series, even though he was living in a halfway house and struggling. Okay. And we told him at the time, we're like, dude, you need to like get your life together before you can even think about doing any projects. Of course, he got upset. There was a lot of back and forth. Henry kicked him out of his Discord. Rican started crashing out. It got to the point where Rican was obsessed with Henry. And like, so if Henry talked about him, then Rican would do all these Instagram posts and crash out, and it was crazy, and say all kinds of stuff. Rican got to the point where he actually doxed Henry. Like, okay, a Power Ranger actor got in contact with this guy who, like, Rican said he was going to catch Henry and his daughter outside the ice cream store and stuff, and this and that. And he got, like, this Ranger actor allegedly gave Rican like all of Henry's info because this Ranger actor looked him up. And in the last live stream, I didn't even know. Well, I knew that Rican called Henry's like former work or something, pretending to be a police officer to get his info. And I reacted to Henry had the recording, but so there was a lot of back and forth. And like, to me, like, Rican is very unhinged. I think that he's dangerous. I at one point was a part of the egging him on thing until I saw how dangerous everything started getting, and I'm like, well, trolling can only go so far. Like, and this is getting dangerous, and Henry got doxxed, and that's when everything started changing for me. And I'm like, you know, there are definitely lines that maybe shouldn't be crossed. And
yeah,
you know, and
it's when it goes past, like, it goes into real life, that's the issue. Like, your online world to stay on your online world, it can't go into like the real life.
Yeah, and it's like, and it, like, you know, Henry and I obviously don't like each other anymore, but like, it sucks that he was doxxed. And it's like, so Henry will do these, like, I do these AI songs. He has AI songs about Rican and this and that, and takes these jabs. And it's like, dude, like, to me, it's like, at this point, it's like, dude, why? Like, he's not there. He's unhinged. Like, I would just, you know, try to get him out. Like, if you don't talk about him, eventually he's just going to go away, you know?
Yes.
I think, especially.
That could apply to a lot of people.
Well, eventually we're working on other stuff, on our stuff, whatever.
I know.
But it's like, the people that obsess, like, I mean, if you think about it, how many videos have we done on those people that are maybe fucking with us? Like, since you know, all these lawsuits started going around, nothing. How much has happened since then? Like, I mean, some stuff behind the scenes, yes, but
yeah, there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff, but yeah. But
I'm just saying, you know, as the back and forth continues, the situation can worsen, you know, depending upon what is said on each side.
Yeah.
But, and I'm not defending Rican, like, dude is messed up. He needs to stay off the internet, is my opinion. But
yeah, but that's also not your responsibility to keep people on and off.
It's not. It's
like,
not.
Personally. Yeah.
So they saw Rican smoking out of a pipe. They assumed that it was crack. And so that's why they call him Captain Crackhead. So now you have, like, the gist.
They saw that the the moreover is they do not like Regan,
No.
and they saw something and they jumped on it to make a joke.
Yeah.
I understand that. I'm gonna tell everybody right now, I understand that. That is not black and white thinking. What Brent is going to say over and over and over again, which super frustrates me. And it's not Brent's fault necessarily. Brent is going to be like, how come you call him this without having a report? How come you do this? How come you do this without the report? I think it's better if we think of this as if we take out names. Like, forget JDF, forget Regan. Let's look at this literally black and white. Like, let's just break it down into its bits. What Brent is asking is, why is it okay to call one person a crackhead, but not another person? That is what he is asking. The answer is going to have nuance to it, which is unfortunate because it's going to be harder for people to understand.
Yeah.
The answer is because we don't like Regan and we like JDF. That is the reasoning. And, you know, Brent may say something like, oh, then you're a hypocrite. And the answer you're going to have to retort back with is yes. Yes, I am. And I think it's the lack of like labeling that people don't want, because then it becomes finger pointing of, well, then Brent, you're a hypocrite too. Okay. That does not change what was just said prior. The no you too doesn't solve anything.
Also, I do need to say really quick. So JDF, they found coke in his system, among other things, from the toxicology report when he passed away, and it wasn't crack. So then the argument was, well, you can't call him a crackhead, but if you were going to call him something, you call him a cokehead. So
But no one actually cares, because if Brent came out with the right terminology the first time, they would still be angry, because I watched this, and I'm sure we'll get to it. I watched last night, and it took us over an hour to get to the point of, well, you didn't know if he was a chronic user or not, so you can't call him this term. Sure, it was found in his system, but we don't know if he used it chronically, so now we can't call him that. The term doesn't matter. Your personal feelings about the person does. And just say that your argument is subjective. Just admit, yeah, I'm a hypocrite. I am more willing to give grace and to protect the fact that I don't want this person that I think is a good person to be spoken about this way, where the other person who I don't think is a good person, I think is free game to make fun of. I do it with people I don't like. Like, I say things that I probably wouldn't say about my best friend, or critique people I don't like, not in the same way I would critique my best friend. That's normal. Give that answer. Stop trying to do this moral high ground thing. And it was so frustrating last night with the pointing and going, no, you, no, you, no, you. Everyone, you all suck. Get over it and just admit that you suck in the ways that you suck. And yeah, we can go more into it, but like, that's kind of like the crux of at least the one argument I was hearing. That was the other thing. I feel like there was so many.
It was all over the place
happening, and everyone was so caught up on stupid details, and that it is what it is. It is very stupid details. That you just ran around in circles and then started yelling at each other about like not getting over things. Like, oh, I thought we already got over this, but like somebody else was the one to bring it up. So of course the argument's going to start again if you're going to bring up the same argument. But anyway, we can continue.
Right.
Or you can do what you want to stream. I don't care. You can kick me off if you need to.
To be clear, I find people calling those names without reason, it's just not something that I would feel comfortable doing.
So,
but
hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. I do want to say, because I do want to give a little bit of both sides. So, Regan has said a lot of stuff about Henry. Now, is anything justified? I don't know. I do know that, and I don't know if it's public knowledge or not, so maybe I shouldn't mention it. but Rican did do some stuff to reach out to Henry in his personal life, and that was some highly illegal stuff, which is the stuff that like I didn't know Henry had covered, so that's why I reacted to it later. But Rican was definitely wrong for that.
Absolutely.
And hang on, so as far as like the drugs thing, we did see him smoking out of something. What that was, all you can do is speculate. But yes, you are right. Like people, including myself, called him that, you know, some names like that. And I don't know, I just wanted to clarify that. Please continue.
And if you want to speculate like that, if that's the standard you're willing to set on a repeated basis, then I disagree with that. But then why are people outraged when there is a toxicology report? There is a police report stating that JDF was in possession of cocaine, and people are going to be outraged when I say that if someone's going to be called a crackhead, it is Jason David Frank. Why are people outraged over this?
So that's like the black and white thing that you're talking about. Like he's saying, look, there's a toxicology report. He had drugs in his system.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He was like, it's like in Brent's, what I follow from Brent's thinking is we have proof of one thing. So what I'm saying is not technically wrong. We don't have proof of the other thing. Why is one okay to say and the other not okay to say? That's what is being asked. I know it's not the exact wording, but that's what I hear. That's what I would attempt to answer.
That's what he was asking.
Yeah.
Unless Brent comes on later and goes, no, you're totally wrong, which he can do that. But
and then that's fine. He can say that. That's just, as I said.
Right.
He can say that.
Right. He can. And we'll continue. And the thing is, like, I don't know about drugs, like the differences or whatever with those kind of drugs. I really don't. I didn't do anything except smoke weed when I was a teenager and, you know, drink. I never did anything else crazy. Thank God. Than weed. However, like, does it hurt for me to say that JDF abused drugs or was a cokehead? At first, now it just makes me angry because he was very against it, and I'm a fan of JDF. He was my childhood hero growing up, and that was like, people like, I can't believe you're saying this. Oh, then that means you're just like Zach Taylor McGinnis. No, Zach Taylor McGinnis was saying, I'm glad he's gone, and was basically dancing on his grave. Yo, I'll admit I was pissed at that. Like,
no, and that's rightfully so. That person had just passed, and it's, you know what? It's not about the person, it's about the people living around them. There's a difference in critiquing somebody than there is in celebrating a death. And you don't celebrate... On the average person, you don't celebrate their death because you are more concerned with how the people who are living are going to interpret that celebration. No. There are some people who have died throughout history who I do think their death should have been celebrated. I think the world was a net positive because of their loss of life. And I'm talking about, like, to be very exact so people understand what I'm saying. Certain, maybe 2, maybe 3, World War II leaders who passed away, who maybe their remains were paraded in the streets, or, you know, in a bunker somewhere. Yeah, no, I think the world had a net positive from that. And if I was alive at that time, probably would have celebrated. Yeah. And we still speak about them in not a positive light to this day. So that's why I don't agree with the whole argument of never speak ill of the dead. And honestly, there's this podcast by Dr. Callan. There we go. Dr. Callan. He's a doctor, but not really a doctor. Dr. Callan, called Respect the Dead. It's all about them taking shitty people through history and talking about them because they're dead. So that's my stance on it.
Okay, good. Alrighty. I'm not saying that. I'm not doing that. Brent is not saying that. Brent is not doing that. You know, but it's just, I'm allowed to be angry at that. Brent is allowed to call that out. So
Right.
please continue, Brent.
And it's just kind of like Ray's like arguing the difference. Like there was no issue calling Rican that no drug test was presented. I think he was actually drug tested, from what I've been hearing.
I don't know if he was or not. But
I don't know. That's just rumor. But the fact remains, no drug test was presented to prove that he had cocaine in his system. JDF has a drug test to show that he had cocaine in his system.
again, that's the black and white thing.
Mm-hmm.
He has a police report showing that he was in possession of cocaine. His wife is on record saying that they were doing cocaine. And you're going to get angry at me for saying that he is a crackhead when you guys repeatedly call someone named Rican this on multiple occasions. The double standard, I'm just pointing out the double standard. Do I feel to call that someone that is appropriate, like without any context, like just out of the blue? No, but this is the standard that Henry Candle set. So if he could save the fake outrage when I say that JDF, if someone is going to be considered a crackhead as JDF, I stand by that, considering the standards that he sets when he plays clips of calling Rican a Captain Crackhead without proof. Now that proof might be presented later, but even if that proof was rented later and there's cocaine in the system, my comment would still be applicable because
Can you pause it here
JDF
for a
also
second?
had cocaine in the system. This is
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I also don't think Brent is right in this moment. I don't think the answer to someone else not following their own standards is doing a tit for tat. I don't think it's, well, if you don't do this, then I'm going to keep saying this, especially when Brent has already mentioned that he doesn't necessarily stand by that anymore. It's being stubborn for stubborn's sake. This is the rule that you set, and I, as a sense of justice, want to stick in that rule that you have set and prove to you that your own rule doesn't work. Now, I, as a neurodivergent girly, understand there's this thing a lot of neurodivergent people have, not all neurodivergent people have it, but some do, called a strong sense of justice. And what that means is when you see something that you deem as right or wrong, you feel very passionate about it. And you feel that it needs to be corrected so things are right. Sometimes it feels good when you can try to throw someone's own logic back into their face. I'm very guilty of doing this. It is also something that, once again, lacks nuance, especially when you do this. As I said, I very much do this. I don't think it's the right thing to do. It's sometimes just a default setting. So where I understand why Brent is doing it, I don't think it's the right thing to do. I'm also, once again, not saying Brent is neurodivergent. I'm saying I am neurodivergent and I have this thing. I want to be very clear before, because I see you fucking chatters. I fucking see you putting answers in people's mouths. I've not put an answer in anyone's goddamn mouth, okay? There were several people on that panel last night saying the exact same thing. Not word for word, but the sentiment was the same. So I'm not putting words in people's mouths. I'm explaining what I saw. Sit down, calm down. I don't know you people.
All right. Well, I just see people saying hello, everyone.
Oh, well, no, this was minutes and minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
I
I'm like,
remember.
what are you talking about? People are saying hi, and like, who's attacking you? I don't get it.
Yeah. No one's attacking me. Well, they're not anymore because I just talked too much.
All
right, let's continue on.
Irrefutable, and for people to say that, oh, Austin St. John, you don't criticize Austin. Oh, yes, I do. I have said that he pled guilty. He is a convicted felon. These are facts.
He's a criminal, technically. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So Austin St. John, during COVID, applied for the PPP loan, which was like relief for people with small businesses, and he filed for that loan with several other people at his house, and it was basically fraud the way they did it. And so they all got arrested, and Austin pretty much took a plea deal and pled guilty, and he's got to pay the money back because he didn't use the money what it was supposed to be used for. You don't get PPP loan money and then take a vacation, you know, or maybe buy stuff. So that's the context for that. And he was like,
I'm so glad you're explaining this. And this happened a couple of times last night and on the previous stream to this. And this is gonna mean it to be. What the fuck does that have anything to do with someone smoking crack or doing coke?
Well, because of the beef between Austin St. John and Jason David Frank. They didn't like each other. And also on Henry's...
Did that have anything to do with the self-deletion?
No, it didn't have anything to do with that itself.
And I think that's more the point I'm trying to bring up. It's another know you kind of argument.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's bad that he did self-deletion and possibly did drugs, but like also this guy's a criminal. Two things can be true at once.
Yeah.
Those arguments have nothing to do with each other.
Right. Well, it's like in the other community, people really, really, really don't like Austin St. John, but they really, really like JDF. So, and with Brent, it's reversed. He doesn't like JDF and he liked Austin St. John, but he's here admitting that, you know, Austin messed up and he's a criminal.
So he's willing. Okay, so this is Brent's like, I'm willing to concede on some points to show that I'm not biased, which is bullshit. I think you should all just tell everybody that you're biased at this point. If you're in a fan, okay, guys, we're not debating politics here. If you're in a fucking fandom, be like, no, I'm fucking biased. You can't tell me shit about anything. I don't care. I like this guy a lot. He could do this thing. He I don't know. Let's say something that's not actually that bad, because everything I'm thinking of is actually bad and criminal. He could like crop dust every time he goes to a Wendy's, and I don't care. Still a god in my eyes. Don't care. Just say it. Just say that you like that. You're not on a fucking debate stage. Who gives a shit? Just say that you like the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to simplify it. I mean, that's a good way to, you know, I don't know. The fandoms get crazy, and it's not just the Power Ranger fandom. Like, we've seen this in the paranormal fandom, and we've seen this in, you know, Star Wars, Star Trek's even worse.
It's all fandoms. It's all of them. No one's special. Everyone's awful.
Yeah, literally. You don't. How dare you have a different opinion? All right.
Yeah. And if people don't like that, that's fine. We might disagree. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to say that people should cancel him. That's for people to decide. Twee Trang, she broke the law. Ko is right when he says that Twee Trang is more known for her death than for any work that she did. Now,
so Twee was the original Yellow Ranger. She was in season 1. The strike happened. She left the show. And it was like a few years later, she died in a car accident.
Okay.
And, you know, unfortunately, other Power Ranger actors and other people want to say, well, Twee said this to me, or Twee said that, or she would have been okay with it. So a lot of people are like putting words in that girl's mouth, even though she's been gone for a very long time.
Okay. I don't like that, but go on.
Yeah, so we'll keep going. But I just wanted to say, like, and so someone was saying, well, people know Twee because of the accident that she was in. Yeah. Which was right around 9/11.
Oh,
so
okay.
Hang on, Ko, you should click the link. You should click the link,
no,
but
I'm not angry at him for that, because that's the discussion that we have on social media. Now, would he say that to Twee's family members? I think Ko would have the sense not to say that to her family members.
Right.
But it's just kind of like you have to, the standard that the channel sets really informs of how people will respond. And when you talk about Austin St. John's legal documents, facts over feelings. It goes both ways, and
I hate the sentiment facts
there's a lot
over
of double
feelings. I hate the sentiment facts over feelings so fucking
He
much.
got that from Henry, because Henry was always
Did-
like, you gotta be facts over feelings.
Oh, I don't want to be political. Did Henry get that from Ben Shapiro?
I have no idea where he got it, to be honest.
Probably got it from Ben Shapiro. Okay. Let's move on before I make too many faces about that.
Right.
standards on that channel. He claims that he was doxxed by Blake Foster, but his picture was public.
Yeah, but
Well, no,
if
no,
you
no.
look, hang on, because if you look up the doxing, it's like, even if it's public info, like say someone's Facebook or this or that, technically it's still doxing.
Technically, but I'm talking about the standard Henry said. And then he wants to say that Chad Billington was not doxing because the picture was public. This is a double standard that he has because he's trying to
So Henry was doxed, hardcore doxed, and you would think that, you know, when it comes to doxing, he would be a little more sympathetic toward it, or people who were close to being doxed, or people who were leaking information to people, which I still consider that, you know, whatever. We don't have to get too deep into that, but
Yeah, I do think we have to remember though that, and I struggle with this too. Not a lot of people think with the mindset of, what if this happened to me? Or if, you know, when I was in that situation, this is how I felt. Some people see other people going through a hard time as like karmic justice. I don't necessarily agree with that point. I think if a system is failing a person, such as doxing and being protected, I think it's always bad. You know, versus like, I don't know, someone gets rained on their birthday and they were being a dick to you the day before. And yeah, sure, you can call that karmic justice, but like that's not a system. It's different when people's safety is brought into play.
it is. I mean, like, again, like, it's messed up that Henry was doxxed. Like, I'm still upset over that, and it's just, and I'm not trying to downplay what happened to him at all. I'm just saying that it sucks when it happens in any capacity.
Yeah, I think you can dislike a person or disagree with a person and still think what happens to them is wrong. Doxing is wrong. It is an invasion of privacy, an attempt to hurt or harass someone. And that is wrong. I don't care who it is. Once again, taking it out all the details, just looking at it. If I say, you know, hey, is it wrong to dox someone? The answer is yes. That should apply to everybody.
No. Okay. So, and Brent's take is a little bit different on this. So, you know, we just got to take it as it is. And, you know, we've tried to, you know, you can try to explain something to someone so many times on anything. And, you know, sometimes you just can't change someone's mind.
Is Brent upset about the doxing, or is he once again upset about the rules not being consistent?
The rules not being consistent is, I think, what his problem is. So, like, if Henry, so in his mind, Henry, so Blake Foster and Rican did this, and you did this, what's the difference? Like, so I don't think I don't think there's a difference for Brent.
Yeah.
In between,
it's the black and white thinking. Yeah.
So
he is I'll just say that he's grifting off JDF fans. And I know that's unpopular, but hey, it's nothing new. I mean, the people can see through like, I see comments. Henry claims that Aaron Shonky is blocking comments. He has I write a comment on Henry's channel, it doesn't appear. He has blocked me, so my comments don't appear. So this is, again, a double standard, and I have picture proof to prove this, and he knows. But this is the double standard he said, because I disprove all the lies he tells.
So this goes to, like, Brent was banned from Henry's community, so that would mean that he's blocked from, like, he would be blocked from comments. People don't want to see his comments. People don't want this, that, whatever.
Okay.
And
I think that's well within Henry's right to do.
It is. Yeah. Because you have deleted comments. I have deleted comments. We have blocked people from our community. because
I've never deleted a comment. I've reported it. I just want to put that out there.
Oh
but
wait,
yeah, but
wait! I thought you did. Or you have in the or you know what? It might have been Florio. Like we've had
No,
to delete certain things. Like
I haven't been granted the need to delete a comment, but I will say, because I know it was asked at the beginning of this chat, and Stu, I don't mean to ignore that question, but I'm going to ignore the question about who was harassing the Galentine's Day stream. But that person made a comment that I felt was violent towards people within my comment section. So I reported it because I'm not going to let that standard last. If you want to go make a fool of your fucking self in my comment section, go make a fool of your fucking self. If you say a slur or something, I'm just going to report you. I'm not going to delete it. I'm going to let YouTube know that you're making an asshole of yourself.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We can move on.
That channel. So, again, the standard you set on your channel really informs how people respond. If you're a positive channel, generally like DG Collins, then I will not bring that energy. I will not say that JDF was a crackhead or that he committed a crime by being in possession of cocaine when we're talking about the Green Ranger. I will not bring that energy to channels like that. But if your channel is about quote unquote holding Rangers accountable, it goes both ways. And so Henry could save me with I was disrespectful to Jason David Frank. Come on now. Come on. He knows. Francis knows what I'm saying is fair game.
So he's saying like if he says something that people may consider disrespectful to JDF, what's the difference between that and Henry and other people who may be disrespectful to the other Ranger actors that maybe Henry has called out in the past?
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. And once again, I will say this, and it's going to suck to hear. Henry could hear that and go, you know what? I don't want that in my community, and ban him. And that's completely fair.
Yep, it is. It is.
Yeah.
All right.
If you don't want me saying those things, then maybe you shouldn't have a stream talking about Austin St. John, the court docs, 5-6 times. I mean, it seems like you're trying to cancel him.
I will say, Henry covering the court documents. I hate my damn camera software. It's updating, but whatever. It's
just me again, guys.
As it was important for him to cover JDF's passing and the toxology and the police reports and everything. He should absolutely cover the Austin St. John with the police reports and the court documents and everything. But you can definitely, it's for a creator. Let me tell you, for me, as a creator, sometimes it's hard for you to separate maybe personal feelings. So like you're saying, like you need to be as unbiased as possible if you're covering stuff like that. At the same time, like sometimes your personal feelings are just like I will say like, so this happened and this happened, but I don't like this person for this reason, you know, and just some people take offense to it. And sometimes it's hard to separate that. And so it's like, it would, for me, like to give it a little more context. So say Ryan Buell does something stupid and then I report on it. I'm going to be harsher on Ryan Buell because he literally hurt friends of mine.
Yeah.
So it's
a personal bias. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So literally like that's what I mean. And I've done that, and I've publicly said like I don't like Ryan Buell at all. Like, you know. Yeah,
but and I also once again understand how if Brent then came and was like, well, this is like what the energy he gives to Ryan Buell, I can say what I want then and gives the same energy but towards someone else. It's that lack of understanding that like it's okay for me to say certain things because this is my platform, and it's not okay for you to say certain things because this is not your platform, and I don't want people to associate your ideas with me.
Yeah.
Which is very hard to hear. But that could be about anything. Like if we want to like make it not so nefarious and less evil, like I could be like, you know what? I'm allergic to peanut butter. So I think like peanut butter sucks and no one should ever have fucking peanut butter ever. And you could come onto my stream and be like, oh shit, she like really hates peanut butter. You know, I don't like cilantro, and then go off about cilantro, and I could be like, oh no, bro, like you can't do that. Like this is my platform, and I just want a peanut butter ban. But I'm gonna ban you because I actually love cilantro. I don't love cilantro, but it's the misunderstanding in that way. And I think you either have to, if you want to get over this, which some people might not want to get over this because this is good content. People are still talking about it 24 hours later. They're really into it. If you want to get over this, you either have to explain it in a very black and white way to Brent, or you just need to ignore him.
No.
Or like change the subject when it comes up. I don't like, yeah. But that's if you want to get over it. And as I said, some of you might not want to get over it. And, I'm not judging.
I will say that, Remington, I would buy my way back. But wait, you would buy your way back, but Henry won't let me? Dude, you're so...
No.
Hang on.
I mean...
So Nerd Talk say that he could be bought. And, hey, some people have a price. And Cole was like, you couldn't pay him no amount of money. He would run into a tornado before he would go back. Austin,
because that behavior, the quote unquote, I consider it objectionable behavior. I mean, it's a kind of semantic at this point. I think Cole and I can agree that what Chad Billington did and what Henry co-signed on is out of bounds. This behavior.
I think, you know what? Here's my
intimidate people.
Hang on. So let me give you my opinion. So the behavior of Austin St. John towards JDF, to me, was that shouldn't have happened. JDF talking back, like, it's their egos, both of what they said and did to each other. As much as Austin lied about stuff, which he did about a lot of stuff, does it warrant JDF to hound, and just because JDF was like, yo, forgive people. You don't have to forget, but forgive. And he had a hard time with that. And I think the hardest thing was him with Austin. And when Austin was arrested, Brent, what did JDF do? He did a video and said, when it comes out, forgive him.
I thought I was frozen for a second.
Which
it's
was
okay.
a surprise. And it was something that maybe, just imagine if JDF would have stuck with that energy, and if Austin would have came back after he passed, and Austin was like, yo, we weren't drinking buddies and whatever, and it's sad. A lot of people were saying he did that for PR. I think half of that's true, and the other half, I think, is for him. If you think about it from Austin's point of view, like, even though you're at odds with somebody and that person passes, there is no resolve anymore. It's just the only thing, like, there's no settling. The only settlement is he's gone, just like with Johnny Bosch and JDF, they were at odds when JDF passed. And Johnny Bosch was still like, I think he would say that he was angry at JDF for some things. And I think you said, like, David Yost, who was friends with JDF, and they had been at odds and argued about stuff. And at the same time, David Yost is allowed to be angry at JDF for taking his life and for some other things. And it's just, when you let things get out of control, when the back and forth between JDF and Austin was out of control between the two of them because of their egos. You know what I mean? And it just continued on for so much that, like, I just, I don't know. That's my opinion.
It was out of control. And that apology, I mean, when JDF said to forgive him, I mean, I don't think that was quite that was public and private. Scott Zillner, because the thing with Jacob Frank, Scott started telling me this stuff about how JDF, as a condition of being Power Morphicon, Austin couldn't be at Power Morphicon. So basically
what Brent's saying is JDF would go to conventions and say, I can be here, but Austin can't be here. And it's just like the two of them just couldn't be around each other.
Yeah, that just sounds like drama that whatever. I don't think this applies to this.
You want to skip ahead to when answer comes up?
Yeah, sure. We can do that. Can you give me 1 second, though? I'm going to trade out my chair because this one is old and it hurts my booty.
It's all good.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, this is so much shorter. Okay. Hi, I'm back.
It's all good. It's all good. What's going on, man? What's up? Oh,
Hi.
you're still. Oh, this is where the controversy is because so the stream before this last one, Brent came up and he mentioned Answer's name, and of course, Answer was upset, and that's why Answer was on this stream. So, he didn't think I was going to bring him up right away.
Before we go, my husband does want to know what happened to the other 5 answers before.
Oh, because it's Answer 06.
Yeah, that's why he asked. That's not, guys, that's not me. That's my husband. Who is not here right now to defend himself.
I never asked him that. That's a good question.
Yeah. It's a great lore question.
It's okay, Answer.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. He can get ready. I'll what's up, everyone in the chat?
1 second.
It's okay. Sorry. I know you didn't think I was going to bring you up right away, but I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, you're good. My earpiece just fell out. It's fine.
Do you need a few more minutes? Do you need me to drop you, or no? Are you good?
No, I'm good right now.
Okay, you're good.
I'm good
Okay,
right
okay. All right. What's up, Answer? How you doing? First of all,
Right,
how you?
So
Hang on.
I'm good.
First of all, you're doing okay? Everything's going good? Like I know you've been traveling and stuff.
Pass.
Yeah, it's because at that point, Answer, like, whatever, we haven't talked in like a few weeks, I think. A couple weeks, 2-3 weeks. Yeah, the weather sucks. The weather's up and down here. It goes from like 50 to like 20. Freaking bullshit.
Yeah.
But Answer, I know you got a lot to say. You got Brent here in front of you. You have the floor. Get ready. Buckle up. You ready? You remember this, I'm sure.
I do.
Yeah, go ahead and talk now, Brent. I'm here. I mean, the other day I wasn't on stream. I was unavailable. Didn't know you was talking shit. But now I'm here. So go ahead and talk your shit. Don't be quiet now. Don't be a keyboard warrior. Come on, talk.
Hang on. I think he needs to be like what Brent, I don't know. Brent, what exactly did Brent, he said something about your work. Did he say something about your work?
Yes. So let me
What did you say?
I said bye to Mary Jane. She's leaving the chat.
Oh,
but before we go, I personally, and I know this term gets thrown back and forth, I don't care about this keyword warrior bullshit. Like, to me, you're just like, people talk a lot of shit online. Who cares if you're cammed up for it? Like, what? You leave a comment, you can leave a comment in the video. It's the same fucking thing. I don't think you get any protections writing in a comment section versus being on a live stream.
Right. Well,
he
Brent
wasn't available anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. Right.
Well, Brent would, if I know that if he were here, he would argue, well, if you can type it in the chat, you can say it to my face. Like, that's what Brent has said.
Okay, but maybe I have an auditory processing disorder. Fuck off. I can type it in the chat if I fucking feel like it. Leave me alone.
I got you.
Yeah, no, I've heard Brent say that too, and I still think it's bullshit. I think this is dumb posturing at this point of like, oh, I'm so tough. Both of you are in different states. Calm the fuck down. I don't give a shit. And also, that does not mean go to each other. Keep it online. Keep your bullshit online. I just think it's dumb posturing.
No.
It's very boy. That's a very boy thing to do.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
You say you are a police officer, so you, out of all people, I'm not
Is
saying
or
that,
was.
you know, yes, and that this you've stated this, and you know that when there's a police report, the public, they take those, we put faith in those police reports because we.
Okay, so he's saying he's connecting. So Answer, who worked, you know, on the police force.
Okay.
So he's making the connection. Brent is making the connection of, okay, you were there when Henry read the toxicology report. And so those are legal documents and stuff, and the police are going to follow, you know, those documents and whatever. So he's just making.
Do they? Do the police follow those documents? I don't think that's always the case.
I don't know if they file them, but like, you know,
they certainly write. Well, actually, they don't even write the toxicology report. That's the
no.
that's the
But
coroner.
what I'm saying is, so like a police officer will file like a police report, and Brent's going to take that as fact, what the police report says, because it comes from a police officer. And so he's saying, okay, well, the toxicology report is also fact. So he's making the connection, like, you see the connection he's trying to make? Like, they're both.
I understand. I'm just going to push back and disagree that I don't think that's how a lot of the public look at police reports. I think it is something that people maybe take as the initial view of things. And if there is a discrepancy, maybe they'll go back to the police report to check the discrepancy. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just way into true crime, but I think that's just the initial assessment of the scene. You can't take anything off of the initial assessment of the scene.
I think it's because Brent, like, he respects like authority, like police officers, and it's like what they say, like he's going to believe it. So basically, Brent was trying to say that, like, Answer, you worked as a police officer, so I respect your opinion. But like, and then he gets confused if Answer's opinion is different than what Brent thinks it should be. I think maybe.
Okay. No, that is completely a fair assessment. I think of that. Yeah, and as I said, I was just more pushing back because I don't think that's necessarily how the public always looks at law enforcement, especially initially on the scene of a crime like that. But I also come from a very different niche where I was into true crime. So I'm always a little bit like, is that really what happened? Kind of a deal. But
and by the
I understand like the authority.
Right.
Thing.
And by the way, we're not like shitting on Brent or anything. We're just like, we think this is how Brent's mind is working, so we're giving the context that we think we need to give.
I don't dislike Brent. There's no reason. It's Power Ranger shit. Like, what if I don't? I don't care if I don't agree with him on Power Ranger shit. I'm talking about the thing in general. Brent doesn't actually annoy me as much as he seems to annoy a lot of other people, but I also don't fully agree with whatever Brent says.
Yeah.
Let's be very clear about this.
So
I have respect for law enforcement when they report things. So when there's a police report presented, I take everything that is stated as fact. And when there's a toxicology report presented, I take everything stated as fact because I have faith in the medical team, whatever forensic department. I take 100% confidence in that. And there are penalties for lying about those things. There would be a penalty if someone lied on a toxicology report. There would be a penalty, a severe penalty, if someone lied on a police report. So when I mention you being a police officer, I'm saying that you of all people would know that what's stated in that police report, people are paying closer attention than if some just random person said those things.
So just like I said, Brent is saying that Answer's opinion matters more to him because he was an officer.
I don't know if I fully agree with that take on it. I think he's saying that he believes that these points of evidence, which would be used in a courtroom as evidence, like if we're going to break it down, have like they're justified in being that way. And he assumes that Answer has had a history with reading these things and therefore would interpret them the same as he does.
Gotcha.
Because
That's
even
true.
though, yes, there is like point by point blank, that's why we have a judicial system. You can have evidence, but it doesn't prove a case.
Right. Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
Out of the blue. People are taking.
I will say this, like whenever something legal happened, if Henry covered something like a legal document or anything, or if anything legal ever came up or anything with an arrest or anything, I would always ask Answer about it because Answer, you would know about that. So yes, your opinion on that stuff does in fact matter more than like say Brent's or mine. Yeah. So if any legal thing came up, or like any police report came up, who are you gonna ask? You're gonna ask the person that was a cop for a long time. Like that's literally. So
I think you got to be a little bit careful with legal things. The police reports totally make sense to me, but like I just to put it out there, and I don't know Answer's background, so like I'm just saying this as like the term cop and the terms that we're using, or police. He was or is a police officer, not a lawyer.
Yeah, well, no,
legal stuff is law, is like the law. That is a lawyer's business, and not all police know the legal system.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like he would. So, like, I would ask him something and be like, "Have you seen anything like this in the past in your line of work?" And then he would tell me yes or no, like whatever.
And that's a fine question to ask. I just want to be like careful with like the idea of like going to police officers with legal questions.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You should talk to a lawyer.
Go to a lawyer in that type of law, even. So that's the other thing. There's like different types of law. Go to a lawyer in that type of law. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
When there's a police report presented, there is more credibility presented to when you read that there were body cam footage present, available. There's a lot of credibility in that police. But when evidence is taken in, when the police department says evidence was taken in, there's more credibility to that, what the police are reporting. And I'm just saying that you of all people would know this. So when I say that JDF was in possession of cocaine, I would think that you wouldn't understand where I am as someone who is not in law enforcement. You would understand why the public are placing faith in a police report. If someone like Rita was saying all that and all the stuff that was a police report, but with nothing to back it up, I wouldn't believe him. But when there's a document like a police report, that brings credibility to the evidence that's being presented, and that is informing the opinions that people are making about not just JDF but Kurt Cobain. Toxicology report. He was using illegal substances.
I love how Brent loves to reference like other topics that I've covered. It just I like that he watches my content. Yeah, that's all.
Because he's like, also Brent is very sweet in the way that he's like, well, if someone else has seen it, like, or if I've seen it, someone else has clearly seen it, I can use this. And I think I just find this so endearing because I do the exact same thing. I go and I watch an 8-hour long video about a book I've never read and never gonna read, and then I think I know every fucking plot point to that book. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So
we say that because a legal document was presented. So I mentioned that not as an insult, but to show that you of all people would understand where we're coming from when we say statements like JDF was in possession of cocaine. It is stated in the police report on multiple occasions. This cocaine was brought in as evidence. And the police, they're not going to make conclusions about cocaine unless they are sure, because it could be baking powder, baking soda. But when they say it's cocaine, I take their word for it. And that is why I made the conclusions that I made. And I'm not saying that we should cancel JDF for this. I'm just stating if we're going to talk about legal documents, if Henry's going to throw legal documents at me and I'm commenting on it, then when I make comments about a document that was presented by Henry, I didn't bring up that police document. He did. And when we make comments about it, it should be fair game of the comments that we make about it. Okay, and so that is why I said.
I could tell Answer wants to respond. Let him respond. Go ahead.
All right. First off, Brent. So I'm gonna take it that you're a college educated man, right? Yes or no?
I
I'm not trying
fucking
to
hate this. I'm
dox
so
anything.
sorry. I really fucking hate this. It leads to a very certain line of questioning where, also he says like not to dox you. I don't know how saying if you're college educated or not is doxing someone. I don't know what that means, but I think this very much puts the person who is answering in a position that you already are assuming a lot about their education, and it doesn't even matter if you're fucking college educated. It like in what subject? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm college educated, but I got a degree in elementary school teaching. So what does it fucking matter if like I know what the like legal definition of possession is? That doesn't my college education actually didn't cover that. Fun fact. And I think it puts the person who is going to have the point said to them on a very defensive position, because you're trying to make them seem like they're being ridiculous in spite of themselves. And I just don't appreciate that line of questioning.
Right. I'm just moving the chat. I was going to cover up the old chat, but now there's just a chat on each side of answer. So
I love that.
All right. So when you read the police report, it said that Jason was found in the restroom. I believe.
Yeah, in the bathroom.
Underwear.
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom. That's why I said restroom.
Yeah.
In the bathroom, wearing a boxer shorts, I believe a tank top, and had socks on. That's how he was found with the means of how he ended his life, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
The substance that was found, it was found in a communal area in the room that him and his
Can we pause for a minute?
Yes.
I really don't mean to be mean. What the fuck did that have to do with anything? I'm so sorry. What does it matter where he was found or what he was wearing if we're talking about toxicology report? What does it matter?
I think he's just explaining like the situation, because the coke was found in that room, and he explains all of that. But
no, that's fine. I understand. Like, I understand why you need to explain where the drugs were specifically. I don't understand what he was dressed as. I don't understand that point.
Right.
Pine.
Mm-hmm.
It was not found on his person. So you keep repeating saying that it was found on him is defamatory, first off. Number two, it was found in the room, right? They both, the widow had admitted to consuming it, right?
Did she admit to taking it? I can't remember.
She did admit at first that she was using it, and then later when she was re-interrogated, then it came out that both were indulging in it.
Well, yeah, and it was found in his
system.
system.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Can you pause? That was the other point I had about like the like what does it matter what room it was found in? It was still in his system. What does it fucking matter where it was? Are we just talking about the possession thing at this point?
I think so.
Like who possessed it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's that's the point. Because later they say, well, it wasn't actually JDF's room that he was found in. It was his wife. And that's where the drugs were found.
Yeah, and this CH Hoolism I don't know if I can read that. That's probably not right. He didn't ask which college. He just asked if he went to college. That doesn't explain the doxing. Like, I went to college. That doesn't tell you fucking anything. I can tell you I even have a teacher's license. That wouldn't tell you anything about me.
Yeah.
Once again, and I know like I'm falling into this trap right now just because we're watching it like beat for beat. In the end, none of this fucking matters because this is not the argument that was being put out. This is something that Answer wanted to talk about, which is fine. Answer can want to talk about this, but like it's not what Brent wanted to talk about, and I feel like that's where like a lot of the disassociation comes from. Is that like Brent wants to know why there's certain rules in some communities and they are allowed to be broken by certain people, but he can't break them. And then Answer wants Answer wants him to not talk badly about
JDF in general.
That's in. If you look at it, there's two different people having two different arguments. So already we have two arguments happening. More people are going to join later, and it's going to become even more arguments, and no one's arguing the same fucking point.
Yeah, it's like a room full of people that are all freaking mad at each other, and they're just yelling different shit. Like, that's kind of what that stream was.
Sit there and say stuff, say the facts. And also, by the way, it was Tammy's room that Jason was found in, not Jason's room. So, schematics. So, wait, hold up. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. So, there's that issue.
Pet peeve Answer. I'm so sorry. And I understand that you had some points you want to get across. I do understand. First off, I don't think, based on the fact that Answer had literally bullet points, because I can see him looking over. I shouldn't say literally. I assume he had bullet points because I can see him looking over at a screen or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he listened to anything Brent had to say at the beginning. He was ready to say what he wanted to say because he doesn't necessarily address anything that Brent has said. I don't think it is a productive conversation to just bleh at someone at one point. I understand that you had points you want to make, and I think it is very important that when you get to all those points, you need to take a breather and let people retort your point. Otherwise, you're just lecturing, which I know I'm doing right now. I get it, but you're just lecturing. You got to stop and let people have a back and forth with you. And if you don't want that, then go to the comment section and write it down. Because no one can interrupt you. And that's why I also think keyboard warrior is bullshit. Because if you're going to come on here and steamroll people and say, don't interrupt me, when you've said something that people want to retort, you got to let them retort. And if you don't want them to retort, go to the comment section and say it. No one can talk back to you there. You can get all your points across in one go. I promise you there, bud.
Okay, listen, Ray's going to beat me up if I don't say this, but she said that she wants you to have her babies.
Okay, cool. I'm doing non-alcoholic, so we're good. I'm good.
Dust.
How many are you thinking, Ray? 1, 2? I kind of want to stop at 2.
What about 2.5? How do you get a half?
That's messed up. You don't get 2.5.
Is a half would it be half if it's an adoption or
no? That's still fully your child.
Or is it half if you marry into a relationship and they already have a kid? Is that a half biologically? I guess, but I don't know.
I don't think that is. I don't want to talk about this. This feels bad.
I'm just talking stupid right now. Like I don't mean any harm by it. By anyone.
Ray, I already have 2 dogs. Are you looking for 2 new dogs, or can I keep the ones I already own? Inquiring minds must know.
I think you're good with the dogs you have. Would you want more than the dogs you have?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Probably not, because they're older, so I don't think one's gonna be with us super long.
You're not one of those people that replaces dogs right away, right?
No. So I had my first dog for 11 years, and he is 11 years old now, and he has separation anxiety from me, so we thought we should get another dog to help him with the separation. So we got another dog last May, and she's 15. So no, I don't replace dogs. I just get even older dogs.
Well,
yeah. I just want to have a little doggy retirement home.
Well, you know what? Older dogs need love too. That's the way I see it. So there's another, everybody goes for the puppies. I get it. But You know, the older dogs need love too. They need a home too. So.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, we should continue with this.
Yeah.
And then you bringing up and disparaging comments about Jason is because we kept covering Geiger and all his troubles and whatnot. So if you want to sit there and be fair about it, right? Yeah, you saying what you're saying. You're not even using the correct substance that was found in Jason's body. You calling him a crackhead versus it being the other substance, right? It makes you sound foolish. Let's see. There's a few talking points. I want to make sure I hit all those talking points.
Yep.
Coke is not crack. Jason was not a crackhead. In reference to that fight that Jason...
I think that's a good correction, by the way. If there was no crack in his system, like you really can't call him a crackhead.
I just don't think that people would be any nicer if Brent called him a cokehead.
Well, I do agree with that too, but I'm just saying, like...
I think people should just say, I'm biased, don't talk about my boy that way. I think it'd just be easier to do that, to just explain the bias from the start, but that's me.
With Geiger. The reason why, both at the same time, I believe they both were having some financial struggles. A promoter was trying to give them $25K each to do that fight. But that was just for the weight cut, the training, the weight cut, to get on the scale and step in the ring. Depending on how the outcome may have happened, like say if there was if they had sold out that arena, they would probably split a win bonus and stuff like that. So they could potentially made more than the 25,000. So there goes that. There goes that part, right? So from a reliable source, Jason was receiving mental health assistance to try to regulate his issues. He just didn't want to be sent to a formal place of care where they would hold him for 72 hours, a week, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So a lot of people that are having these judgmental issues about, he took the shortcut. That's
not exactly true. That's not true.
Hold on. Please don't interrupt me. None of y'all have been into that point where you see someone struggling to that point where they're at that very last end and they see no way out of that situation, where they drown in and they can't breathe. And then they figured, okay, this is the only way that I'm going to heal or stop the pain that I'm suffering from. That could go anybody who's suffering from alcoholism, that could be dependent on drugs, or maybe had a traumatic past. And they figured the best way to alleviate that pain is to go out that way so they could stop the suffering. The amount of veterans that sit there and take their own lives is 22 a day. And you guys are all sitting there saying all this disparaging stuff in the chat.
Can you also pause this?
Yes.
Like, the
amount. I think that it's important, if you're going to put out that 22 a day number, which is upsetting and awful, you need to, and let me pull up the Discord because Dustin and I talked about this a little bit. It's not just that. That number also comes with the idea of owning pew-pews as well. So let me scroll through. And where did I get this from? Here we go. This is from the National Library of Medicine. And it was the Association of Veteran Offing Self Risk with state level pew-pew ownership rates and pew-pew laws in the USA. And the results is marginal effects on expected offing rates. Sorry, I keep wanting to say SA, and that's not the right term. Offing rates per 100,000 population were contrasted by setting household pew-pew ownership to its 75th versus 25th percentile values of 52.3% and 35.3%. Ownership was positively associated with offing oneself rates for both veterans and matched non-veterans. This association was due to the ownership's strong positive association with offing oneself with a firearm. despite a weak negative association with non-firearm or offing themselves. So you are people who have been in combat, as well as people who have not been in combat too, I should say, are more likely to off themselves, self-delete, however you want to say it, in Minecraft, if they own a weapon. So I just think that's a very important thing. And like the percentage goes down if you have it in a lockbox. It goes even further down if you don't own it. So yes, this is a very important number, but that number also comes with other statistics following it as well. And I think it's very important to say. And I appreciate that answer. Later goes on and says 988. And I believe he says that like 2 is the veterans line. That is fine. This is going to come up to a point later.
Yep.
I need everyone to take a deep breath before I say this, because I understand how tied to emotions this is. Believe me, I fully understand how tied to emotion this is. I myself go to therapy. I myself have had like self-ending ideations in my lifetime. I have had friends who have had that as well. And I know people with PTSD as well. Bringing up the veteran statistic was a moral high ground argument. Later, I think Cohen in the chat is going to say he wasn't a vet, he was a Power Ranger. And it's going to send people into a tizzy. Cohen would have never brought that up if it wasn't said originally. What I believe Cohen was trying to say, and I don't disagree with Cohen on this, is that they can't be compared. So don't bring that comparison up. If you want to bring attention to self-harm rates in the veteran community, that's fine, but that's not what this conversation is. That was very much a straw man argument. And I think we need to be careful with that, because you can't bring up something and then when someone says that's not even comparable, go and try to bite their heads off. It's not comparable. I don't know what that man went through. Neither do you. But also, it's not comparable to the combat vets, and it's not the same statistic. So don't bring it up if people can't then critique it later. And also, PTSD happens outside of combat as well. Children who have witnessed parents abusing each other also suffer from PTSD. It's just the chemical compound in the brain. I just want to be very clear with that argument and be very careful. Once again, I'm going to say, if you are in crisis, I implore you to go and dial 988. This world is not a better place without you.
Facts.
I understand Answer is a vet, and I understand that's what he has to compare it to. I think it is great that Answer has this as a thing that he wants to promote and like justify. It's not the right time or place. It's not the same argument. I'm not saying it's a bad argument, and I'm not saying he should never say it. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense when we're talking about this. That is a very separate thing. And you know what? If we're going to get into it, like, talk about the systems that fail people then. It's not Power Rangers that have failed the vets of America or of other countries. It's the fact that they cannot afford or have services to proper plans and proper health. And, you know, I know he's going to say, and that's his own journey, that he has been on medication before. That is also a journey itself. And not a lot of people like understand how difficult it is to not only like find the medication, but also find the services that they need. That's a failure of the system in general.
Yeah.
And we have such poor care when it comes to mental health in this country. And it cascades and snowballs into a lot of different issues. But all I'm saying is don't try to morally high ground yourself in this argument. And when people say, hey, I think that's apples and oranges, which it is, it's both self-harm, but they're not comparable self-harm. They're very different. Then don't think, how could they even bring that up? You brought that up to begin with.
No. All right. And Brent is saying in the chat that you're being fair, like what you're saying about answer is fair, and he heard the criticism of him, which he says is actually fair. So I do want to point that out. And,
thanks, Brett. Brett, I don't think it's fair of you being like Jones fair, which he's talking about someone
I think Brent is just saying whether you're talking about him or someone else, like you're talking about both of them in this situation, Answer and Brent, and you're saying I think he just likes your take on it, is basically what it is. Like maybe he doesn't agree, but I don't know. He can come up later. And explain. I'm not going to put words in Brent's mouth. That's my problem.
No, it's fine. But all I want to say is I just don't think this is a good argument. There is a time and a place. I don't think this is the argument for it. And yeah, this other person going, Answer wasn't promoting, or Answer did bring up other traumas. I understand he brought up other traumas, and I didn't critique him for bringing up those traumas. I'm critiquing him on this one specific thing. This one thing, guys. One thing. I think but also, once again, I think he's very right to advocate for mental health, especially a vet. My father-in-law is a vet, by the way. So I do know how hard it is to find services. And actually, like, my father-in-law has been very lucky to be able to have services available to him, but they have not always helped.
Yeah.
It's just a different argument, guys. It's just a completely different argument. And I do believe it is something that needs to be advocated for. If JDF had drugs in his system or not, or if JDF suffered trauma, doesn't change anything about the vet suffering trauma. It's Brent agreeing that JDF suffered trauma doesn't change that the vets have suffered trauma. Bring up relevant things for the argument is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on.
A lot of people that I sit there and talked off.
And I wasn't trying to be cold about saying, hey, let's move on. It's just like, hey, we should.
No, it's okay. No, I'm fine. No, I know I'm muted. Go ahead.
The ledge about them about to go to that extent for you guys to say that they took the easy way out. You don't know what they've been through.
That is the easy.
I don't know what Brent been through. I don't know what Dust been through. I don't know what.
That's a permanent solution. And it is like a permanent solution to what I believe. Well, I don't think it's a temporary problem. That's what's changed since last night. Because I talked to Answer later in the night, and I was thinking about it, and literally, so I'm like, a permanent solution to a temporary problem. So like if you delete yourself, like, you're gone forever. And so that's a permanent solution to, and I think because some people, like, if you're going through depression or if you've been traumatized, depending upon what you're dealing with, you could go through that for the rest of your life, something you're going to struggle with. So I really can't, like, so I will say I'm wrong here. That, like, a temporary problem, I don't think it's temporary. I think that, like, fighting depression is a constant battle for some people.
I think this also goes, and because I've heard that it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem, especially heard that a lot growing up as a teenager. I think that is part of the rhetoric of shaming, which, once again, I think we should stay away from.
Yeah,
you know, like, oh, you can't fucking handle this. It's a temporary thing. You should get over it.
So literally,
no one has solved their depression by being told, "Have you tried to be happy?" no one's done it. So,
but I'm just literally pointing out, like, my opinion, even from last night, has changed a bit. So,
which is great. And I think that's a very good thing. I like the growth.
So yeah, I just want to point that out. And it's not, oh, yay, me. It's just like, I just kind of realized this and I just want to mention it. So, and like maybe other people will hear that and go, you know what? That's actually true. Like, maybe I shouldn't be saying that that's a permanent solution to a temporary problem, because what's temporary about it? Like, permanent solution to a temporary problem. Shut up, we all know old this. Me.
That may be true. However,
that is true.
What about?
No, it's not.
What about the combat vets who suffered the nightmares of all the stuff that they did downrange for the last 20 some years of war between Iraq and Afghanistan? There's some stuff that's in my head that I still can't get out.
I'm sure.
What would be the solution for that? What would be the solution for that? Like, medicine's not going to fix it. I've been on meds before. Meds don't fix it.
That's a well. You're talking.
The only thing that gives me peace is working out and writing in my journal, doing my martial arts.
So
hanging out with other.
And he's talking like a release, something that's going to clear your mind and maybe get get you out of that cycle, and that's great. That's great. Like, if working out works for him, I can't work out. For me, it's what do I do? Oh, I just kind of sleep. That's not actually a good thing. Don't listen to me when it comes to depression. I do deal with depression. Joan knows.
So what I would suggest that everyone does within their means of doing it is try to find professional help. That's usually seeking a therapist. Not all therapy is the same, and not all therapists are going to work with you. You need to shop for a therapist, and then you need to also shop for a therapeutic method that works for you. Therapy is only going to work with how much you put into it yourself. So things like working out, things like having structure or journaling, or even being part of a group in some way and finding community are also part of the therapeutic experience. And I highly suggest it. You going into someone's office and telling them how you feel every week is not going to solve the problem. It sucks, but it's the same way as if you had a mental wounds and physical wounds are very, very similar, even though people don't like to see it that way. You need to rehab it. You need to work on it. And you need to find different methods of coping that are healthier. I have heard a lot of people say that, especially like mixed martial arts has really helped them with PTSD because it is a physical release with a lot of structure around it and a lot of community too. I know like the Brazilian jiu-jitsu groups are very tightly niched, and like they know a bunch of each other like within areas and even like cross states. So yeah, just the important thing is to work on yourself and build a community the best way that you possibly can. Also going to say, I am not a therapist. I am not a licensed mental health professional. These are things that have worked for me, and this is why I make these suggestions.
Hold on, because my computer is being stupid right now.
Oh no.
Okay, we're good. Okay.
Veterans?
No one said that. Hang on. No one said that there's actually a permanent solution to an ongoing problem. People that, like World War II, or anyone who's been in a war, or a police officer that has seen a lot of combat and seen a lot of death, that's something that you're going to deal with for the rest of your life. And sometimes you need extra help with that. And sometimes they don't get the help that they need, either because they, one, can't afford to, right? Or two, they're afraid to. And
I would argue it's more like four things. Like, they're afraid to, sure, but that's to do with the stigma of mental health. It's gotten a lot better, especially post-pandemic, but there's still a lot of people that will not go seek mental health because they think it'll assume that they are quote unquote crazy. And that's not true. Just in general, that's not true. Not everyone needs a therapist, but everyone can benefit from a therapist.
Yeah.
And I would also argue that a lot of services are not available. And that also has to do with the stigma of mental health, but a lot of services are not available for people. So it's hard to put someone in the position to find, like, to expect them to find help. And I know when I say, like, go to a therapist, that's like so much easier said than done. But yeah, it's the affordability, the service in general, and the wanting to get better. And sometimes it takes people a lot to get to that point. Once again, I will remind everybody the saying that I go by: mental health is not your fault, but it is your responsibility.
Yep. Francis has said that JDF was afraid to go to the place, like, okay, he was receiving some help, but he was afraid to go to the actual place. I'm going to murder my computer to get the help what he needed, because I think that would have saved his life. But please.
We can speak the what ifs, right? But that public place, right, will be permanent record. Jason was a private person when it came to that. So maybe he didn't want that disclosed. But when you check into those places, that becomes public record.
Yep.
It actually on your FBI background check. And maybe he didn't want that.
Which is true. Like, JDF didn't want, like, he just didn't want his fans to see him going through all that stuff, because I think he didn't want them to see him as weak. Like, he tried to live up to, like, this legend, and, like, I think it was very toxic for him.
I think that's toxic in general. As I was saying, it's the people who, like, want to get help, and, like, the stigma against mental health in general, because, like, the way that you could flip that is be like, hey, what did I do to my computer?
I don't know.
I was putting my foot on it and I opened the case. Sorry. The way that you could look at that instead is like, hey, I had to go do this to get better. Isn't it so manly and or adult of me? Isn't it so miraculous that I saw that I needed help and I went and got help? And if you're struggling with something like this, you too could also get help and be better on the other end of it. And I know we're not arguing like with the what ifs or whatever where you're asked not to, but the point of the matter is it did not end well. So I think it's fine to critique a person and be like, hey, it's a little silly that you were worried about how your fans were viewing you, when in the end it was the worst result possible.
Yeah.
Like, because when it comes down to it, this was the worst result that could have happened. This is the worst thing that could have happened, and it did. So who gives a fuck if you might are a little silly going and checking yourself in? If this is the outcome, that if you don't, then yeah, you're not around. You're not around to, like, for anyone to idolize you anymore.
Yeah, well, for JDF, I can say like if you go and you were to look at footage of him at conventions, like, you can tell that, like, he genuinely just wanted to be there for people. He just wanted to be strong for everyone. He wanted to help everyone, and like, and that's a great thing, but that's also a lot, and I mean a lot of weight to put on someone's, to put on your own shoulders.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll continue.
On there. So, like, but if you're committed by the state or if you're committed by the local municipality, yeah, it's automatically put in there. And then if you still sit there and self-surrender, that is also put on your FBI background check. So, like, let's say I was working law enforcement, I came across, let's say, Dust, I came across you, I pulled you over for speeding. It'll come up, hey, you was on a 72-hour hold. And then when I'm having that interaction with you, like, hey, Dust, are you okay? Mr. Dust, are you doing okay? And then, hey, you was speeding. I'm not going to give you a ticket today. Have a good day. But I could see that you was held for 72 hours. So maybe that person has the right to privacy and did not want to go that route, but seek other means. See an online therapist.
And I get that. Unfortunately, you need me to stop.
I'm just a little confused. Was he looking for a job that would need an FBI background check?
I think,
or is this like
so.
Answer talking from like his worldview?
It might be both. I think.
Okay.
I think like some of the jobs that he's applied for, which is nobody's business really, but I think some stuff that he's applied for like requires like background checks and stuff like that.
Okay.
Just wasn't what. I mean, obviously it didn't. Unfortunately, it did not work, and maybe him going to a place where he's committed, maybe that wouldn't have worked either. We'll never know. But I feel,
none of us will know.
I feel like, you know, there are a lot of people that were around JDF, just like a lot of people around JDF were self-deleting as well, and it's like, which is true. A lot of JDF's friends self-deleted. His brother self-deleted.
And that's what I was saying before about like the glorifying of it. There is also statistics.
He did glorify
out
it
there. What'd you say?
He did glorify it, like, because he did this video, and he said in this video, he goes, you know, when people took their own lives, he's like, I always thought that, you know, that they were like, it was tough. They were tough to do it, you know, like they were tough for it, or this or that. And and then later in that video he goes, man, it's really just being a coward, you know. And it, like, so he looked at his brother and his friends who lost their lives, who took their own lives, and just saw it as like, oh, they were tough for doing that. They made the tough call to leave the earth. And then you know, later he said that it's being a coward, but yeah.
But it's the idea of like, and we see this with younger people. I can't necessarily speak for adults. As I said, like, this is the training that I've done, is like to be careful about how you talk about it, because there have been cases where there will be copycat events. There will be people who are like, wow, they got so much attention after this. If I would like to seek that attention as well. And like, I'm not demonizing anyone who wants attention. I get it. I really do. I'm on an internet platform. This is not a demonization. This is not lowering what they want, but this is the mindset of, wow, they got a lot of attention and recognition, and they became almost perfect in death because we don't speak poorly of the dead in a lot of cases, that they became these things that I also want to seek that thing. One of the greatest examples of this is 13 Reasons Why, the show. Netflix had to take out the scene that show, like, that was the other thing. I should back up a little bit. In the Netflix show 13 Reasons Why, it is essentially a revenge plot. This girl offs herself and then gets to tell her whole narrative to everybody, and everyone wants to seek justice for her. She got justice in the end, quote unquote. I would say at what cost. She offed herself. But one of the things that they did when it was first on was show the method of doing it, which is something that we were taught to never discuss, the method of how someone does it.
No.
Especially with younger people. That, like, it's not one of those things where like it gives them ideas, but they're like, oh, okay, that's how you can. And they had to remove that from the show. But part of that was also glorifying how it was done. And like, you want to be very, very careful of that. And I know I said last night at some point that there is a difference between glorifying and remembering someone. And I understand that people go through grief and they want to express that grief, but they need to be very careful with how they're expressing their grief to a wider platform.
No.
Because of these cases of copycats.
No. We do have a $5 super chat from Andrew Swaney. Unfortunately, with things like TMZ, they can't just quietly go paparazzi, chastise them for going to things like rehab, mental health places. Yeah, so like if a celebrity goes to a mental health place, of course the tabloids and the news, oh, this celebrity's going here because they have this problem and this and that. That's probably something else that JDF wanted to avoid. Let's see. And then Francis, who was JDF's personal assistant, says that might have been a pep talk to himself. He might have felt that way in that moment when he did it. We don't know what his mindset was. That's true. That's true.
And may I just say, like, Francis, I am very sorry for your loss, especially being so connected with that person. That is very difficult. And I am so sorry that you had to experience that loss at such a close thing. And I think it's wonderful and appreciative that you go into these spheres and go into these spheres and advocate for what we do know and what we do not know. I want to be very clear when I'm speaking about this stuff. I'm speaking about the stream I watched last night. I am not speaking about JDF. I didn't know the guy. I don't know the guy. I'm not going to look much into it. I'm just speaking from my worldview of things. So I hope that like nothing is taken personally. This is me just considering what I have seen.
Yeah. So, okay. Sometimes you just need the right people around you to say the right things.
And then in reference to between the crack and the coke, crack has a heavier negative connotation in the general population or in the general of the United States versus coke. And then they also serve higher penalties for one over the other. So calling someone the inappropriate drug use shows ignorance on your part, right? And then,
so why do you keep calling
hold
him
on.
Hang on, let him finish.
Okay, sure.
And then when it comes to me saying, oh, because he's a police officer, one, I'm retired.
Yeah.
Two, I'm a human being just like everyone else. I'm entitled to have an opinion, right? The reason why the way you sounded so condescending or kind of snarky the other day was because I was one of the people that paid top dollar to block you because I was tired of hearing it. Culturally, I also said it to you before, in my culture, where my family's from, you don't talk ill about the dead. You guys can do whatever the flip you want. I don't care anymore. But culturally, for us, we believe that when someone passes, you don't talk ill about them, and there's X amount of time that you don't talk ill about them to ensure that they have a safe passage to heaven or wherever they're going in the afterlife, and for them not to be stuck in purgatory or for them to be reincarnated. That's what the Haitian culture believe in. That's what I believe in. So I would just share my belief. But when I'm constantly hearing you say it, and the way that you say it in such a malicious way, that's the reason why I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Hey, here's $100. F Brent, block him. Or here's $200, whatever the amount was, because I was just tired of hearing it. It's very insensitive to sit there and talk ill about the dead. You guys may have your own views. This is what America's about.
Can we pause this?
Yes.
This is actually where I do get upset.
Yes.
And I did watch also that video that Answer put in the Power Rangers Discord tab. And I understand that this is not a new thing. I still don't agree with it. I think it's wrong. I believe it is very hypocritical to advocate for people's mental health. And the reason, okay, I'll say my point and then I'll give my reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Advocate for people's mental health and then say that you are willing to pay into a bully circle in order to keep someone off of a platform when that creator is fully able of just banning them, which did happen. And I don't know why you'd want to participate in that. I'm saying if I was, what I just have said before was that part of healing with mental health is finding a community. Why would you try to maliciously keep someone out of the community? Because this is a malicious way of keeping them out. I'm not saying that you can't try to keep them out because you are dangerous or you don't like what they say. I understand that. People are able to just ban people or block them. They don't have to be in it. It is gross in my mind to take money for that or to pay somebody for that. And, I would hope that maybe it's one of those things where, do you think it's okay if somebody else did that to you? And if that's not the case, then like let's look at a broader thing. Or like, and you know, this is a little bit of a straw man argument, but like let's just try to break it down. Would it be okay to have Dust get paid to not let me on his platform because I'm a woman? Is that okay? Because I know later people go, oh, it's just his platform. He can choose to do what he wants with it. But like morally, are you okay with that? That people just get paid because like you don't want to hear them? Why would people profit off you not wanting to hear something? Should that be how political debates work? That you just pay for that? Should that be how other open forums work? If you don't want to hear someone talking, you either go to that creator and ask for that person to be banned and give reasons why, or you go and you change the channel while Brent's talking.
And a lot of people do that, or did do that, or they do that on my streams, or they did.
Yeah. And that's fine. If you don't want, like, I can't make you sit and listen to somebody you don't want to listen to. You don't even have to listen to me right now. I just think it's really, really wrong to pay to keep someone off, especially if you are advocating for mental health, because I can't personally reason with how you think blocking someone from speaking and kicking them out of a community is good for their mental health.
Yeah, that's true. Like, so as much as they all don't like Brent, like if they're so advocating for mental health, then why didn't they think about the mental health or what that would do to Brent, or what he would think about that? And yeah, also I think the argument was, I think Henry said that he did that because other channels have that format. And to me, it's like, well, okay, that format is, well, it's seriously just there to, I think, just to make money, which, I mean, go ahead, make your money. But I don't really believe, like when they paid to keep Brent off, I didn't agree with it. And I think I paid money to keep him on at first. And I'm like, oh my God, this is dumb.
The only person that wins from that is that the creator, which is weird. That's, I don't know. That's just fucking weird to me. Yeah. Also, I maybe it's me. I just don't have that fucking cash to throw around. If I don't like someone, I do the free version of signing off. Also, yeah, bullying is a term. Like, bullying is when someone is treating someone and there's like a power difference. And if you're paying to keep someone from talking, that is a power difference. So yeah, that's a bully. I didn't even actually say Answer was a bully. I said a bullying tactic, or I said like a bullying circle. So, I mean, also, I don't know, maybe I'm just not that sensitive, but like bully isn't the lowest thing you could fucking call me. I don't give a shit. Like I bully is literally a low term and a school term. So if we're gonna get upset about that, we gotta go right in our journal.
Yeah. So someone said I saw those streams. They all thought it was hilarious. I didn't think it was hilarious. I thought it was weird. And if y'all remember, like, I paid money to try to keep Brent on for a little bit. And then I just knew that was a battle I was not going to win, and a battle I wasn't going to financially back. And I'm glad that Brent did not like try to pay money to keep himself on. A lot of people did find it funny, and at that time, I thought a lot of things were funny that maybe I don't think are so funny no more. But let's continue.
Yeah, that's okay. But I'm also gonna say, Dust has said that he has changed his mind on things. So once again, if Dust wants to say, sure, that was me in the past, and you know, him and Brent have had their own apologies and have gone past it, whatever. What are you bringing it up for? You think you got one? Go. Okay, fine. You got one. Yeah, Dust did feel that way at some point in time, and now he's changed his mind.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Literally. So I mean, they can throw that in my face and they can be like, well, Dust said this about Brenton. Dust said this about this person and that person and that person. And I can look at it and they can throw it in my face, whatever. And I'm just going to be like, yep, that was me. I was an idiot. Or I shouldn't have,
maybe I could suggest you apologizing now because it was something that happened. So my thing is, I think that people who have tiffs with each other online should apologize first personally and then apologize in public, because if it started online, it should end online too. Well. So I might suggest maybe you want to apologize.
Well, when Brent comes up, I'm actually going to physically apologize to him to his face. So
sounds great. Okay, perfect. I'll hold you to that.
Yeah. You should, as a friend, you should.
Will. Oh, I fucking will. You watch me.
All right, let's go.
The discussion and be respectful or be disrespectful, whichever way, it is what it is. But when you came at me the other day and said what you said, I feel like you was taking a personal jab at me. Like right now, this is not the really time for it to sit there and taking jabs at someone's profession. Like, I mean, let's say a hypothetical, Brent. What if I was shit talking about you, and then I'm saying like, maybe like if you was like a hotel manager, I sit there and say you're a crappy manager or something like that, and I'm just sitting there dogging you or giving you bad opinion because of what you do. Especially with what law enforcement is going through right now, you would think you would do better on how you express yourself. So if you want to bring up the whole thing about that particular gentleman that's on another screen that's sitting there being very possible harmful to other people and doing criminal things. I'm not mentioning his name.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Sorry, I was confused for a second.
Yeah.
He's talking about Rican, but
you should also talk to Dust about him, how he played a role in playing the Legend of the Broken Dragon Dagger Part 1 and 2.
Yeah. So, like, I've made jokes about Rican in the past, like, oh, he's a crackhead, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. I partook in all of the stuff that Henry did as well. I never denied that at all. My stance has changed to, I don't know if he does. I think he might be on something. I don't know what it is. He's definitely unhinged. Like, that's my current opinion on Rican. So, just thought I'd point that out.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Part in it as well. So why not go after him? You're talking about Henry all the time, but you didn't go after Dust about making that video. Like, you're picking and choosing those battles, man.
Yeah,
Stop
we did.
Keyboard warrior.
I never said I didn't make those jokes. I definitely made those jokes too about like,
see, literally critical of this person.
There must have been an echo. He's saying, hang on, Brent, because he's saying, because you're calling Henry out for saying, oh, well, Henry's calling this person a crackhead or this or that. Well, in Broken Dagger, I took those same jabs and shots, is what Answer is saying.
Oh, at this person.
Cole, I thought you was really.
So Answer did make a valid point. Like, that was a valid point. Like, I'm not gonna try to tiptoe or hide from it. But it's fine. Well, I don't know if it's fine, but
Cool, but
as I said though before, I think it'd be a lot easier if everyone's like, "Hey, I'm just biased, and here's my bias." Just lay it out.
I was biased because I was like, I was with Henry, and I was like, and Rican was unhinged, so of course I partook in a lot of the name calling, I guess we'll call it. Yeah.
You're also like a drama channel, and I think it's not a moral high ground kind of a deal. I think it's fine to be like, hey, I'm biased in this way, and here's my opinion based on the bias. I think you can also change your mind if other people bring up their other points or opinions. I don't know why we're trying to pretend that we're all objective in this and being like, oh, why are you not criticizing X, Y, and Z? Because I don't fucking want to. I don't know. I don't want to. What do you do? What do you do about it?
This is why
I'm saying this, and people can have the same attitude towards Brent too. They could just be like, I don't feel like debating this with you because I've already explained it, or I just don't fucking care. And then it's fine.
Do I still have the voice clips I play of Rican? Yes, I do. I sure do. I don't play them as much though, if you notice. Like, normally I just play some light-hearted stuff,
I
You
really
know.
miss Dust. I just wanted to know what he was thinking about.
You know, like just lighthearted stuff or
I like fart jokes.
stuff like that. Stuff that isn't really gonna, like, it doesn't really mean anything. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I think that I triggered Joan when I played those sound bites a little bit, though.
No, just the first time because I was surprised how many you got from me. I was very scared. I was like, "What? What was I saying?"
Oh my god! But I did get a few. I want more sound bites of Florio, but it's harder to clip her. You know, it just is. She's very.
You gotta ask her. You gotta ask her stupid questions and see what answer she comes.
Yeah,
up with.
like she's very tactful and like so. I gotta catch her when she's drinking or something. Like that's the only way.
I think you can get her to say silly things if you are silly. I think she matches a vibe. If you want a silly vibe, you gotta be silly with her. You've had her on some not silly streams recently.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've been dealing with some serious stuff. It'll be nice after all of this maybe to get to some lighthearted stuff. But
Yeah.
you know, we can continue with this.
Jason was not a combat vet. He was just a Power Ranger.
What the hell?
Well, oh, we're done. That's it. That's all the opinions we're allowed to have.
What?
But you don't know what struggles he went through.
I was about to say, I didn't delete this stream. Why is it missing? What's happening?
The amount of death that he endured during his lifetime, the amount of loss he endured, the amount of things that he may have missed that he felt guilty about that he could have saved his friend Jason Todd, or he could have saved Eric Frank from taking their own lives. The little things that he may have missed, maybe he held on to that guilt. The same way that I hold on to the guilt of those I lost in war, or those who I lost when they came back from war. So like, you know.
So like survivor's guilt, or like the guilt if someone takes their own life and you feel like you could have done something to help. I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, like, you can feel survivor's guilt even if someone didn't do that. You can feel that in many different cases. You also don't need to even have it be that dramatic. I'm not going, and when I say dramatic, I don't mean it in a diminishing way. I mean it like in a big way. Grief and trauma is not a measurable scale. And I don't think the trauma Olympics is something I really want to play in anyway. So like I don't think it even, like, I hate to be this way, I don't even think it matters. If he had the perfect life, it doesn't matter. He still felt the need to end it. And I think the question is, how could how could there have been a difference in that? I don't think we need to try to guess how bad it was for him.
Yeah, it's true.
Hey, mate, think what you're ever going to think. Say whatever you're going to say. But yeah, there's certain lines I wouldn't cross, but hey, it's all good. But for you to say that, Cole, you don't know what people are going through. Just say, well, I don't know what you're going through. I don't know what Dust is going through. I don't know what Brent's going through. Come on. We could all do better.
You don't know what Brent's going through, but you paid money to keep him off a platform. That's what I'm saying.
You don't know what Brent's going through? Yeah, that's true.
I don't know what Brent's going through, but I sure as fuck want to make it worse. That's what I'm hearing. I'm sorry. And I understand you don't like Brent. I just don't think that was a good move to make, and I'm gonna critique you on that move. I don't think it says an overall thing about your character as a person, but I do think that was not a good move to make. So, and anyone who did it, I don't think it's a good move to make.
Let's see what the chat's saying.
Yeah, let's see
there would be a lot of big emotions around it, like there should be. This is a type of grief, so I understand why. That's what happens when I don't wear glasses. Like I have to go like this. Survive.
Yeah.
Maybe sad, angry, confused, lost. I think the goal should be prevention. Yeah.
Yeah. I say it all the time when Henry does a stream that involves mental health. And
what the hell's happening?
hey, if you're struggling, dial 988. If you're a veteran, I think it's press number 2 for the veteran crisis line. Hey, it's all good. Like, I carry bracelets with people that I've lost that self-deleted.
So I'm basically
Service members that I've lost in war. So like, don't tell me how to feel or how to express myself.
well, and that's how I feel
That's crazy.
because I'm saying I can be mad at the fact that he took his own life. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm still mad about that. I can be mad at the fact that he had drugs in his system. I can be upset about those things and say that, like he let me down. I'm angry at him. Like it's fucked up. He did that shit. He hurt a lot of people. And some people are just coming at me for that. No, just talk about the good things. There were a lot of great things about JDF.
There was a lot of great things, but also at the same time, that person was struggling.
The great things is also why there's that anger too. Because I don't mean to like put like emotion or words to your emotions. I get anger, but I more get disappointment from you.
Yeah.
And like I completely understand, and like with a person that is so great, it's so much harder to lose them. So I completely understand that point of grief is what I'm saying as well.
Right.
They didn't see no other way out. And
I said all of those things. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that was his way out. So like, there's nothing we could have done about it. I mean, like I'll flat out say it, for me, as someone who's been overseas several times that actually done stuff on like Geiger, I've had that struggle with it. I start counseling. I've almost completed it several times. Hey, but I'm still here. But it is what it is. And then to bring up the crackhead song, man, you're deflecting, Brent. The only reason why that you was upset and then throwing jabs is because people paid to block you off of a platform.
Brent's
so that way you wouldn't have.
Brent's not deflecting. Brent's looking for clarification. That's not a deflection. He is looking for a clarification. There is a confusing rule if you're considering black and white thinking. That is a very confusing code of conduct. I think Answer's not wrong. I think Brent is also probably still pissed about being not voted out. He wasn't voted out, about being banned. But that's a separate issue. And two things can be true at once. And I think those are just two separate things. And this is once again where I think some of the muddying comes in as like an outsider perspective. Mm-hmm. Those are two different arguments and they're being conflated into one argument. Now, can Brent be angry about one thing and that taints his view about the next thing where he's less forgiving or less willing to give grace? Of course, but it still doesn't make it the same issue.
Does address what I said in VC about where I was a few days prior. So he was actually, so he wants me to say this. I'm gonna be vague. He had to drive to help a friend who was talking about self-deleting. Okay. So that's where he was at that time. And I'm just going to be very, very vague. That's about all I'm going to say, because it's not that's not my story to tell. Other than people were asking, I think he wants people to know, because then maybe someone will understand, like maybe like you might understand his mindset at that time. Maybe, I don't know. Answer if I'm right or not on that. I don't know. I'll be able to drop the link and you may clarify if you like, but right now we're just trying to get through this. I don't know how much farther we're going to go. So I might as well ask this. Do you want to react to any parts of when Ray was up or when Francis was up?
Just like when I think the start of Ray. But I will say, like, Francis came in with a very similar feelings as Ray, and I do not blame her. I do want to give credit where credit is due. I feel it was much more constructive towards the end, where Francis was trying to explain things in a very calm demeanor. And I know like tone sucks and I don't want to like tone police, But I personally felt that her explanation of the mindset of the time, of why things do and do not matter within this argument, was maybe getting a little bit more through to Brent than the yelling at him.
Like if you talk to Brent, it's way different than if you're like yelling at him. Let me, because Answer is saying something here. Maybe that's why I brought up Vet's self-deleting. Yeah, I mean, it's especially if you're dealing with something like at the moment, because it was brought up like on stream and then your name was brought up and like you're dealing with that. So like I get it, and I'm definitely sympathetic to it. And I told him like I'm gonna keep your friend in my prayers, you know. And it's a good thing that he had the right people around him. That his friend felt he could call Answer, and that was a great thing. Like Answer drove. He's like, no, I'm there. Like you need friends like that. You know?
Yeah. No, you need a community like that. That's why community is so important. It still doesn't change the fact that like it wasn't appropriate in this. I understand maybe you weren't in the best mindset. I understand you wanting to explain your mindset. I don't think this was the right time or place for this. I'm not saying there's never a good time or place, just not this one. Because I think it hurt your feelings more than anything, and I don't want that either. I think it's a great thing that you have helped and advocated and established a community that people can call on you and ask for help in those times, especially people who have seen combat before. I'm not gonna say that's wrong or anything like that, and I understand maybe that's why it's on your mind, but like prior to you just saying this now, this is the small bubble or window that I'm looking at this. And that was my opinion at the time.
And had I known beforehand, I probably would have told Answer to stay away from this.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair too.
I would have been like, dude, you're way too close to like this type of stuff. You can always talk to Brent later. Like dude. Like that's seriously like I don't know.
It's a very emotionally charged subject. I'm not getting away from that. And as I have said, people need to take care of themselves. Answer, I think it was great that you mentioned it. I also will mention it again. If you are in a crisis, please call 988. It is a service available to people, and the world is not a better place without you in it. So I understand, and I understand how, and like, be mindful of how I'm using this term. It is a triggering subject, and that's why there's content warnings about things like this. And I'm not using triggered in the medical sense, but I am going to use it in the colloquial sense. If you start to have spiraling thoughts, quickness of breath, feeling anxiety about the subject, that is clearly you having a very physical and emotional reaction to a subject. And it's okay to sign off. It's okay to remove yourself from the situation and take time until you are better. There is some content that I cannot watch because I know it creates a physical sensation in me and gives me anxiety. And I think that's okay that you click off. It doesn't mean anything. Oh.
What?
It says stay in the studio or leave studio. I would like to stay in the studio.
Yeah.
That was very...
Also, I want to say like literally that happened to me where I like had to step away. Like when everything in the paranormal happened. Like, and I was messaging you and you were like, yo, just like step back. Like, yeah, I was not in a good place. So, and
like, if I don't know how comfortable you are, but like, you told me like, hey, I'm not in a good place. And I think the first thing I said, like the first thing I asked you is, are you safe? Like where you are right now, are you safe? And that's like my only concern about that thing. So like that is at least my mindset of the whole thing, is if you're having a reaction to something, you need to find a place that you are safe. And I don't mean like something's going to get you, but like a mentality that you're safe in. So.
Yep. We should probably continue.
To have your expressions.
Unless you wanted to keep going.
I'm sorry. Do you want to go to Ray?
We can skip ahead to Ray. We probably should.
Why don't we do that? Because
like answer goes for a while, dude. Like nothing.
I'm sure I'm gonna have to pay the piper. Oh, well, there's one thing that Answer said that I do want to clarify on. I don't remember the timestamp. There's one thing. At one point, Answer's like, you need to say everything to someone's faces. I disagree with that. There is a difference between me saying something on my online platform and let's say I'm talking shit about Dust and I'm doing it on my platform. And I talk about Dust and I say all these things. Dust has the option to either engage with the content or not engage with the content. If I go into someone's literal face, then they have no choice but to engage with the content. And that's not fair. I'm allowed to have an opinion, and call me a keyboard warrior if you want. I don't really give a fuck. But like, I'm allowed to express my opinion and still be concerned about like how others might want to engage with that. I recently had someone come into my comment section that I didn't really want in my comment section, as I said, and then claim that they were getting harassed. And like, I should say, they didn't claim it. I said it was like that. I don't believe in brigading and I don't believe in harassment. So I'm very, very clear to people that if you have something to say about the person that we're discussing, you keep it in this comment section. You do not go out and harass them, because yes, bringing it to their doorstep is harassment. Don't do that. I don't care how big and tough you think you are. You don't need to be saying things to people's faces. If they want you to say it to their face, they will fucking tell you. They can come and say that. Do not be bringing your problems to other people's front yards. I think I made the point in the comments that I can scream something from my front yard and that's okay. It's a lot different if I scream it in someone else's front yard. Don't bring it to their house. Keep it in your own.
No. All right, you ready for Ray?
Yeah.
So it was registered to her, not him.
But he tested positive for cocaine. Tammy's admitted that they were doing cocaine. I mean, I think it gets to the point where it goes from accidental.
I think it's funny how I blindside people sometimes, and I just bring them up and don't announce them.
I know.
To people making conclusions that he was taking coke to solve whatever issues he had. And I'm not saying. Oh, Ray's there.
Hey, what's up, Ray?
Brent,
Hi.
Brent, I normally don't get mad at you, but we've had this talk on my channel before, and I'm just gonna say this. I hear you. All of this stuff is just it keeps getting repeated.
It was brought up.
Is gone. I know, but like the man is gone. And I get your argument here with the whole you guys called Rican the crackhead thing. The difference is Rican's alive. Rican's alive to defend himself. Rican's alive to show proof.
I don't think that's the difference, Ray. I don't think that's the difference, Ray. And I do really adore Ray. I shouldn't have to preface this. I really adore Ray. I don't think that's the problem, or I don't think that's the issue. I don't think that Rican's alive and he can say whatever he wants. I think the issue is that you don't like Rican and you like JDF, and I think that's a valid reason, honestly. I don't know if Brent will get that in this moment in time. I think maybe with a different setting and a different attitude, maybe you could explain that. It's frustrating because there's, as I said, there's nuance to this argument, and I don't think Brent fully understands the nuance to the argument. There's a lot of black and white thinking, so it needs to be explained in black and white terms. I think Ray kind of missed that. And, you know, Brent was like, or Ray said, you keep bringing it up. And Brent's like, because it was brought up. And in Brent's defense, yeah, it was brought up. So he's going to once again reiterate his logic behind it. He's trying to defend himself. I don't know if the answer to this would be if Brent goes, you know what? You're right. In the past, I did say that. But once again, that's the issue. That's not the argument Brent's having. Brent's argument is, why are the rules different? Like, that's what he wants to understand. And everyone's like, it's not crack, it's cocaine. And he's like, I don't understand why the rules are different. And I felt so bad, and like I didn't want to jump in last night because I was like, this is not my fucking place to say anything. And then I was talking to Dust today, and Dust like, it's your place. And I was like, okay, I'll try. Yeah, I just don't think that's the difference when you really like break down the argument. And once again, I'm all for being like, no, I just fucking hate this person, and that's why I want to talk shit about them. I understand, totally for it. I don't think Brent understands that. I think it just needs to be explained a little bit more. But like that's the major thing I just wanted to pull up with like Ray's argument. And yeah, I think she gets frustrated with him, and I understand why, because she does say at one point like this needs to be like a progressive argument. But I'm gonna say to Ray, like, I watched this and people kept bringing up old shit, so yeah, it's not gonna be productive. Brent's gonna go back to the old points because we're all still like, not we, y'all are still in that like cycle of the same argument over and over and over again. So yeah, even if Brent was like, you're right, it was coke, he's a cokehead, you'd all be like, rah, 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 and bring up the same thing. And like, well, one time you said he was a crackhead, and then Brent has to go back and re-explain that. And then it's going to be like, well, you know, you so-and-so got a PPP loan. And he's like, I'm still just confused why I can't call everybody a crackhead. I don't understand. So yeah.
Oh, all right.
When you're talking about Rican,
That's
I don't
fine.
want no involvement.
Okay, sorry. But I had to say it because like at this point, it's like you keep saying this stuff and it comes across as no longer opinion. Like you're saying this as facts. Like Jason was a crackhead because cocaine. We already discussed the difference between crack and cocaine, but also at the end of the day, you continuously comparing what other people are saying about other people who are alive to defend themselves versus a man who is gone. He can't defend himself. He can't answer your questions about if he was doing cocaine.
I don't think JDF has a problem with defense. Everyone really seems to be defending JDF. I don't think that really matters, unfortunately. I don't think that matters. I think it's a different argument, as I said before. And it's, you know what, Brent, I see you saying that like Ray's a JDF fan and like that, you know what, I don't care. As I said, I think everyone should just come to the table and say their bias. Like, I don't know, like put it as your little, like mine says Joan and it says Ladies Fright as the tag. Just put like pro JDF, anti JDF. I don't know the difference between crack and coke. But that's the one I would have underneath. Is besides price, I don't really know.
Right.
I don't know the difference.
No. So,
I know what Whitney Houston said about it, and that's all I fucking know. So
I guess something's better than nothing. Or knowing something's better.
She said crack is whack, crack is cheap. And that's literally the basis of my knowledge of it. And that's once again why I haven't argued about what's in what system, because I don't care. I don't even actually think that's the argument that was supposed to be happening last night.
People do not have to have their cameras on, and Answer does not like Rican. I'm responding to this. Answer does not like Rican because of the stuff that Rican has done.
Which is fair.
Which he's fully right for. Like, I don't blame Answer, so it's fine.
Also, it's not for me to say if that's fair or not, but I think it's a very valid thing. I agree with Answer not liking Rican. Yeah,
and like it's whatever. And also on my platform, like some people are saying, "Oh, you can only click the link if you cam up." No, not with me. You can turn off your camera if you want. Like, I don't really give a shit. So
before people come on, I'm gonna once again give my warning of remember, I am an outsider in this community. So be patient with me. Let me explain things to me like I'm 5, because I am 5 and I don't know what's happening.
Right.
So
I just wanted to address that real quick. So we're good.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Cocaine might have been in his system. He's gone, right? So like the reason why I'm saying this is because like I get it, but the other night, the reason why people are talking about, right, is because we're still on this whole thing about why people paid for you to be off a channel, blah 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 blah. Bro, I hear you, but it's over. Like, it's over.
Then how about you go to your stuff and not come on here if you don't like it. This is the thing. Like, you want to come on, like, I don't go on other people's channels and tell them to get over it. That is what you're doing. So how about you go to a, no. How about you go to
Okay, this is also, Brent, that's a bad argument because this is not your fucking channel either. Brent, that's a really bad argument. I understand that Brent's very frustrated at this moment. I totally get that. No, that's a bad argument. Don't tell people to go away and change. I know, like, at one point, everyone starts going, we'll change the channel. We'll change the channel.
Right.
What I was saying prior was, if you don't like what someone is saying, yes, you should move along. That doesn't mean that you're not allowed to share your opinion on that. I'm just saying, I think changing the channel instead of paying money to not listen to someone is the better option. I don't think that everyone should just not listen to people, because that also doesn't help anything and just makes an echo chamber anyway. I know that people are like, don't speak ill of the dead. Once again, I'm going to say there are certain historical figures that I'm sure if I said were bad people, you would, I guess we've been saying crack and cocaine at this point. I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy. Do you think, guys, I don't know if you know this, Hitler's dead. Should I not speak ill of the dead? No, Hitler fucking sucked. He was a bad person.
Hey, can I give you...
He did a lot of bad things. I know, hot fucking take over here.
No.
But this is why I hate the fucking argument, don't speak ill of the dead. I'm sorry.
So you want to hear something crazy? Austin St. John said in a podcast that he was going to make a line of shirts with quotes of famous people of the past. And then he said Hitler was a demon on steroids, but he had great one-liners, and that he was going to put Hitler quotes on shirts. And then we all canceled Austin for it.
Yeah, because that sounds like a bullshit thing to say. Gross.
Yeah.
What the fuck? No, that's what the fuck?
I just wanted to let you know that.
I think people just need to realize when they say don't speak ill of the dead, there's an asterisk at that. That is not a hard and fast rule, and you're lying to yourself if you disagree. Like, there are some dead people that the minute they die, you're like, that was a net positive for the world. And I'm speaking about people like Hitler, guys, not like Tony next door. Okay? Like, let's be very, very clear. I'm also saying that you shouldn't be the one to cause their death. That is also very wrong. Let nature handle that.
Yeah, don't hurt Tony, whoever he is.
No, don't hurt Tony. Poor fucking Tony. Have you ever heard the story of Tony Pizza?
No.
This is just a fun side tangent. So there's a Reddit post one time, and this girl was like, my boyfriend and I come up with silly nicknames for each other. And at one point, he started calling me Tony Pizza, and he won't stop. And like, the whole story ends with, I don't want to be Tony Pizza anymore. So that's why we're like, poor Tony Pizza. Sorry, that wasn't as funny as I thought it was. I think it's really fucking funny.
No,
Are you frozen?
No, what? Am I frozen?
No, okay, never mind. I thought I was frozen for a second.
Oh my god, yes, back to pizza. I would love to have some pizza. Barbecue pizza. That sounds good.
I have creamed Japanese stew waiting for me after this. I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, I think so what I think is we'll watch a few, like a little bit longer of this, and then we'll just drop the link for people.
Sounds good.
And it's just be respectful. We're not going to be here all night. That's for damn sure. I just wanted to react, and we wanted an outsider's perspective. That's what this is. So
another stream,
and people have been mostly tame in the chat, which I actually appreciate. Just saying. Yeah,
I'm a small bean, guys. Can't yell at me. And also, just before you go, Ray, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that that's not a good argument to make. I just don't think it was the argument that was happening or being presented. And I think that's the biggest thing, is there's a lot of like ships passing in the night at this point. What I have surmised, Brent's question for the group that he wanted to explain to him was, why can you say one thing and not say another? And if we take out names from it, if we take out situations from it, he just wants to understand why one person can be called a crackhead and one person can't be called a crackhead. And like if you truly think that at the end of the day it's because one person's alive and one person isn't, then that's fine. Then you know what? I can't say it is. I just kind of think that it's more liking somebody else and not liking someone else. And I think that's a valid reason to say that personally. So yeah.
Yeah. You can say you don't like Rican. A lot of people say that anyways.
That's chill. I don't care who you like and don't like.
Yeah.
If you don't want to hear it, I don't go on other people. I don't look Ray. I don't go on other people's streams and tell them.
Yes, you have. You have told people what to do on other streams, friend.
No, I don't tell them that not to talk about stuff or to get over it.
Yes, you
Brent,
have.
you're doing it right now.
Have, Brent.
Brent, you're currently doing that thing you said you weren't doing. You're doing it right now, Brent.
You want to explain it?
Yeah, I'll explain it. Brett, you're telling people to change the channel on someone else's stream that you do not own the platform for. Ray's saying you have gone on other people's streams to tell them what to do, and you said, no, I didn't. And just 2 seconds before, you were telling people to change the channel if they didn't want to hear it. Just saying.
All right.
Definitely have, right? And again, when Answer says hypocrites, everybody has been hypocritical at some point and got involved in all the drama and conversations. And it gets to a point where, like, when do we fucking move on? We don't, because we keep bringing it up, right? And it never fucking ends. And all it is regurgitated bullshit for fucking years and years and years of people still talking about Brent not fucking being allowed to go on a channel and get paid for it. That's never going to be resolved. And I'm not saying you don't have to get over it. I can't force you to get over it, Brent. But at some point, it's never going to change what happened, right? You can talk about it until you're dead in the grave yourself. It's not going to stop and change anything. You're not going to get an apology from Henry. No one over there is going to stop.
No one is going to get an apology from Henry. Just clarify.
No, but I also don't think that that's fair, because it's still like, at least like he's in front of a new audience. I didn't know about that whole thing. And of course, like, I'm forming an opinion now hearing it. And yeah, Brent might have a hard time because, once again, it comes to that sense of justice. Brent doesn't feel like he got justice for that. I don't even know if Brent necessarily wants an apology. He just wants an acknowledgement that it was wrong.
No.
And like, once again, I can't speak for Brent. He might have a different standard. I can only assume that in my case, I would just not want to walk around and have people go like, damn. But they can do whatever they want. Like, okay, but how do you feel about it? Because, like, I need you to say that you feel it was wrong. I don't need a solution. I just need you to say you felt it was wrong. That's all I need at the end of the day.
No. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I think you nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
Not paying for the meme. I understand you, and I'm not mad at you. It's just like, let's be realistic here. We're grown-ass adults, still arguing over the same bullshit that we've been arguing about for what, months? You know, it's dumb. More than that. This point. It's dumb. Like, if this was in the pandemic, I would get y'all. Like, cool, we're bored. We have nothing else to do. It's a pandemic. Pandemic's over, bro. It's really sometimes times to stop. Like again, with Jason David Frank especially, how many years are we going to talk about this man? How many years are we going to speculate the whys, ifs, and hows of his death, or was he on cocaine or not? Like,
so my rebuttal to that is he was a celebrity. He'll be talked about on and off for a long time by a lot of people. Just
they still debate Marilyn Monroe's death.
Yeah, I just covered the Kurt Cobain thing because they were like, you know, so it's like stuff will always be brought up, and it's like. So the argument is, oh, just let him rest. Well, they are resting, whether I talk about them or not. I mean,
like the only thing I would bring up a concern is that there is still living family members.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So, but like at the same time, if there were drugs in the system. There were drugs in the system. I don't know what you're trying to protect the family from. I think they're probably very well aware of that. I understand both sides of it. I understand that, like, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm more concerned for the living than I am for the dead. I don't know how to tell you this, but JDF can't care about what is said about him now. He can't. Whether you believe that nothing happens after you die or you believe that something happens, if something happened, I'm sure he is concerned with other things. But I'm more concerned with the living family. However, sometimes the truth can be hurtful. I guess what is speculation in this case and what is factual? Factual, there was stuff in his system. Speculation, he was a chronic user. Is that a far fetch from what's being said?
I think that's what's being said, because that is brought up later in this, and I think that Francis brings that up. That, you know, okay, there was stuff in his system, but you don't know if it was the first time he ever did it. You know, which I that is a fair statement. So, unless someone comes out with proof that he had been dealing with that addiction for a long time, which I haven't seen. So,
who fucking cares? He's gone, bro. Knowing if he was or not.
Right. Come on. No. Right. Because you don't like what I'm, which is fine.
It's not about liking it. It's not about liking it at all. I don't care. Then
how about you go to another stream where they talk about stuff that you want to talk about? I don't go on people's stream and say, you've been talking about the Kurt Cobain for years. You need to get over. I don't go on other people's streams.
I would say something to those people, 100%.
But I don't feel that's appropriate. If you want to do that, go ahead. But I don't feel that that's appropriate to go on people's stream. Oh, why are you talking about Power Rangers? It's been 30 plus years. Get over it. I don't tell people to do that. If I don't like something that someone is saying, or I don't like that they're repeating something, I turn the channel. I go to another channel. If like politics, if they keep talking about the same thing over and over again, I go to another channel. I don't tell them to get over it. You apparently you don't like what I'm saying. It's obvious. Why else would you tell me you don't like that I keep talking about it? It's because this is the topic of the show.
Talk about it. It's literally just bringing up the fact, Brent, the fact that it is repetitive nonsense. And it's getting no one nowhere because, again, you keep talking about it. What is the end game? What is the end goal of constantly repeating that?
What is the end game of you want?
Hang
like
on.
This is a
Go ahead.
So as a person who has a neurodivergency, I often get fixated and stuck on something and do need to talk it out repeatedly. I'm not saying this is for like Ray to handle, but like her, like to be like, what's the goal? Sometimes it's literally just a loop in my fucking brain. And I will say the same story and bring up the same points to my husband days, months, even sometimes years later, because I'm still fixated and trying to process it properly.
My grandmother did the same thing.
Oh, thanks. Well, that was probably dementia.
No,
Okay.
that was way before she had dementia. Like,
Okay.
and I thought it was just her trying to annoy me, but looking back, like, yeah, it was probably like what you're talking about.
Yeah. No, there's things that like still upset me to this day that I'll like bring up again, or I just like get fixated on the same topic. I know the stuff that was the drama in the paranormal community. My husband does not care necessarily, but like allows me the space to talk it out repeatedly. And I bring up the same points and I hear myself bringing up the same points again and again and again. Once again, I can't say if Brent is also neurodivergent like I am, but I am just saying in my case, I can understand someone bringing up something because it doesn't feel like there's actually a solution to it yet. There's no goal in it. It's just my stupid fucking brain is stuck. So.
Yeah. Nobody's diagnosing anyone, but let's continue.
Tactic that is used to deflect.
It's not tactic,
What is the end game of most of YouTube's content? If you don't, they talk about stuff that is not, people don't care about, but they take interest in talking about it. And if you don't like it, then you go to another stream. I would not.
Let me answer your question. Let me ask myself that question. Hey Ray, what was the benefit of covering certain people for X amount of time. Well, it was a lot of information that I couldn't do all at once. So every time new information came out, I would talk about it. There was also the fact that it was good content. People wanted to hear about it. And also the fact that I am a monetized channel and it did help me a little bit financially. Those were my motivations for it. And it actually did have results. So let me ask you again, Brent.
Those were good answers, by the way.
Yeah, I would also make the argument, and this is like not towards either of them, or not good for either of them. Ray has a channel. Ray is talking about topics she finds interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Brent comes on to your channel and possibly other people's channels and tries to dissect how he is feeling about something. Is that appropriate? I would argue probably not. It's probably not the most appropriate to try to solve how your internalized conflicts on a stage for everyone to see, especially when you don't own the platform yourself. I understand the wanting of community though and doing it. I don't think it's best for that. But I do think that's the difference. Is like I'm sure the Ray that Ray presents when doing a topic is not the Ray that I would see if we were relaxing on the couch. In the same way that like the me that I'm showing you right now is very curated. I know exactly like what I'm saying to you. You don't get an inside look at my life. I think Brent sometimes gives an inside look at his life, and I don't think he needs to or really should. I don't think it's the healthiest way to cope with something.
No. Yep. All right. So it's 8:15. We'll do this. We'll watch for another 10 or 15 minutes, 10 minutes probably, and then we'll drop the link for people's.
Mm-hmm.
What is the benefit of you constantly talking about the fact that a dead man had cocaine in his system upon the time he was dead? What are you trying to bring awareness to it, or what is the goal there?
Well, first, clearly you don't like that it's being brought up, and whatever goals, I mean, don't have to align.
The end game is that Brent wants to throw cheap shots at a dead man because he's butthurt.
With what your goals are. You are not the standard for which right. You are not the standard for which people go on social. No. How about you go to another channel if you don't like what's being said? I think most people in the chat would agree. If something you feel is being repetitive, it's going nowhere, then you need to change the channel. And not
when you're on multiple channels though, but when you're on multiple channels.
It's like Brent's talking about it, so like he's going back to that.
No, I know, but I don't think it's now. But at some point, I think everyone on the screen, minus yourself, says change the channel at some point. I'm like, guys, there's not a lot of fucking channels left. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And Ray's saying that she has the same energy. She would have the same energy on the couch, is what she is saying.
Do you, Ray? Okay. Totally
but she says, let's see, like I would have, same energy on the couch. Yep. And I have talked to like Ray like privately, but she, like, you're seeing like Ray fired up. Like we've seen Ray chill too. Like,
yeah, I'm not saying that she's like a fraud or putting up a front. In the same way, I'm not saying that I'm a fraud or putting up a front, but like, you're aware when you're doing this. Well, some people are, at least I am. You're aware when you're doing this that you're talking to an audience. So yeah, maybe you don't say things the way that you would say to your partner. Like you have to describe things in a different way. The me that you're like seeing is a performance me. I don't go into the streets and comment on everybody's arguments. That's not what I do in my life.
Oh my god, that would be a funny parody show to do, of like somebody that just goes around fucking critiquing everyone on the damn street. Oh my god.
Yeah,
that would be good. All right.
Oh, then
ignore me. Then turn off the channel when I speak.
I just got to turn off the TV completely. Is basically what it comes down to.
No. If you don't like what I'm Ray, if you don't like something that I'm saying, turn off the channel. Go to
It's not about not liking what you're saying. It's about educating you on the fact that you continuously bring up something, and when people try to correct you or educate you, you are still repeating. There's no change. There's no change in the opinion.
I don't have to have an opinion that aligns with yours, Ray.
Then why keep having a discussion about the same thing if nothing is going to?
Because it's being
supposed to be progressive.
Because it's being brought up,
not
on
regressive. You're supposed to have a productive conversation, Brent.
You are not the.
You know, in this moment, you can see my face, and I'm like, "This is a loop." Like,
hello, darkness, my old friend.
Standard bearer for what is productive or not productive. There are people that can go on your streams or whoever streams and say you are not productive. You are not. You go on the stream and wag your finger at me for not caring about the same thing that you care about. If you don't like what I am saying, don't pay attention. Change the channel.
People didn't like what you were saying to the point where they didn't change the channel. They just paid to have you not on the channel.
Sure, and that is their right to do that.
Why that he's complaining because he liked playing the victim card.
This is
Answer,
what I'm saying.
hang on, everyone.
Playing the victim card. Don't listen to me.
Okay, hang on, everyone. I'm going to mute everyone. Hang on. Answer, can you do me a favor? I see Francis in the back, and I would like to bring her up. Can I drop you down for a little bit, Answer? Is that okay? I was going to try to just keep 4 people up, but that went out the window.
Sure, yeah, but if Francis needs me to come on there, just let me know.
Yeah,
I'll be right here in the back.
Yeah, all right, stay there. All right. Francis, what's up?
Hey, 1 second.
Yeah, sorry. See, people like, look, so I'll tell everybody, not everybody in the chat is going to know, it's Francis Baby was one of JDF's personal assistants and friend, very good friend of the late Jason David Frank. I just want to let people know that.
Sorry, Dust. I would love to be on camera, but
you don't have to be. You don't have to.
I'm really sick.
Me too, girl.
Brent, the reason why people are mad is because you keep calling him a crackhead, right? And I think what everyone's saying is it's not crack, it's cocaine. Cool. He had cocaine in his system. If that's, what we're going to determine from the toxicology report, even though I know Jason took creatinine for every day. He took it every day because he took it every day when he exercised. So was it cocaine? Maybe. Was it creatinine? Maybe. We don't know because, like Ray said, he's dead, right? But even if he were to take cocaine, right? How does that affect anyone but him? Did he commit a crime while he was on cocaine? Did he abuse a child? Did he murder someone? Did he steal from the government while he was on cocaine that negatively affected families? No, he did not. So at the end of the day, everyone wants to talk about, oh, he was on cocaine when he died and he committed a crime. If he did commit a crime, because there was cocaine in the room, right? The room that was registered to his wife, not him, right? So basically they couldn't determine who was the owner. But legally, she's the owner of the cocaine because it's her room, right? She's alive. Why didn't she go to jail for it? Why wasn't she committed? Why wasn't she booked? Why wasn't she charged?
I did wonder about that.
You know what I mean?
Can we just pause for like 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
So here's like the other thing, and I don't think Francis is wrong with what she's saying, but once again, this is a different argument. This is bringing up the morality of drug use, which is once again a great topic to talk about. Like, does doing drugs make you an immoral person? It is not what Brent is asking. And yeah, if you want my personal take, no, I don't think doing drugs makes you an immoral person. But I do think it can cause you to make decisions that you would not make in the most grounded sense. And I do think sometimes what leads someone to doing drugs is not the most moral grounded thing. But I don't think it makes you a bad person to do drugs. So I understand what Francis is saying. It's once again just not the original argument. That's that third argument that I said. Now this is a different one completely.
No.
If there was cocaine found in the room, no one was charged. Not the person, obviously not the person that was dead, and not the person that remained alive. She was never booked. She was never charged. She didn't go through the system. She didn't go to booking. She didn't, have to go back to court. They told her, literally, to take the money that was on the counter and go home. So if there was a crime committed, why wasn't she booked?
That is a good question.
That he committed a crime, but no one was booked for a crime because of the cocaine that was there. No one was harmed by the cocaine other than Jason himself if he was consuming it, or Tammy herself if she was consuming it. However, you and I tell you how it is. I know, and you know that. You fail to even admit, yes, you admit that Austin is a criminal, but you keep saying, oh, he admitted guilt because he couldn't afford it. The court, if we're going by your standards, the court has legal documents, legal proof of text messages, signatures, etc. from Austin that would have nailed him to the cross. And he chose to not go through it and take a plea deal or whatever. Cor Newman, who was in the same level, the same charges as Austin, decided not to take the plea deal. And guess what happened? He was convicted with the same evidence that was for Austin.
Oh,
the
Francis,
same evidence.
Can I add something to that as well?
Sure.
Can I add something to that as well? Also, both of these people are still alive. Just wanted to throw that out there. Because, that's why I came on. Because, I get it. But it's it's not even just about you, Brent, that frustrates me. It's the fact that people are constantly talking about Jason. He has been gone. If this was maybe the first year, cool. I get it. People want information out, whatever. But, it's been years. The man is gone. Can he please just rest in peace? So people are not spending their time wanting to bring up this man's short.
And this is the circles that we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That are that it's coming around again. So I think we're nearing the end of our reaction time. I'll give it a couple more minutes and then that's it.
Coming when no one on this planet is saying that Jason David Frank was perfect. No one's saying he was perfect. His close friends have not said he was perfect. Okay, so there's really no need for people to drag him unless he did something horrible, like most people in the industry do with children and R-wording women. If he was on the Epstein files, sure, but he isn't. So that's why I'm crashing out, because it's just, who cares? I don't even care if he was on crack at this point. He's gone.
I'm just saying I'm allowed to be upset at some of the choices and things that JDF has done.
Yes, and
Right.
That's another thing, right? Everyone, and this is coming from 100.
And so I'll tell you what, I'll end the reaction here, but I will say this because Francis said, I knew that wasn't Brent's point, but this was baggage that has been lingering. And that's true. And that's the one thing that I think you can take away when watching this, when everyone came up. It's stuff that maybe stuff that people have been wanting to say to each other. I did say in my voice chat, I'm like, that stream was crazy, but in some ways it was almost therapeutic for some. And so I will say that, because when everything happened and I left the community, I did I can't do this anymore. I bounced. That was it. Everybody just kind of some people scattered, and it was just, I did that stream and it's all right, everything came back and now we're talking about everything and just everything's just kind of hitting at once, I think.
But also, I would like to point out too, and as Francis, as I said to you before, I really commend you for the work that you continue to do with this and the way that you talk about it. I think it's so big of you right now to sit and reflect after everything that's been said and been like, hey, now I understand that probably wasn't the argument, but like this was the position I was in. And you're not necessarily using it as an excuse of why it was brought up. You're just explaining. And I understand too that Answer did a very similar thing, explaining something else. I think it's important that after we have these high emotional things, because I completely understand that this is going to be super emotional, that, you know, you take the time to sit back and sit with yourself and go like, did I answer the question that was being asked, or did my emotions get in the way of that? And I also think, especially with this charged of a topic, and especially with your feelings about that person, like knowing them in life, that's completely and utterly fair to have as a bias. I can't imagine. I really can't. And I am so sorry for your loss. And I do appreciate you coming on and saying, hey, I've had baggage with this situation. And I think a lot more could get done if people admitted to having that baggage when entering this conversation.
Yeah. Oh, what's this? All right. Okay, Boo is going back. Right, y'all, going back to listening. I'm fighting for my life right now. He's playing a game.
Playing a zombie. Yeah, he's playing a zombie video game right now.
All right, well,
he was like, I gotta listen to this. I'm invested now.
Right? It's I've said, like, with the Rican stuff, it was always like a train wreck that you couldn't look away from. And so it's the same thing here. Like, the paranormal community sees, like, every once in a while I do these streams with Power Rangers, and they're like, what the fuck is that shit? And they're like, that's some crazy shit. And they they can't look away.
I love learning about drama that has nothing to do with me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in all the little, I watch a bunch of different drama channels just to see what's going on the internet. Who's saying what and doing what. Before you drop the link, I'm also going to remind people once again, don't yell at me. I don't respond well to yelling. I'll just be I'll admit upfront, I will shut down if you yell at me. I'm very sorry. You can speak passionately. I understand that, but please do not yell at me.
Yeah,
I will shut
you'll
down.
Get dropped down.
Sorry.
You'll get dropped down if you get yelled. If anyone yells,
it's not you. It's me. I don't handle it well. I promise you.
I am going to play a song. So you got like 4 minutes. So if you want to go get something to drink, use the bathroom, whatever, you got a little bit of time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, cool. I'll drop you down for the moment.
Okay.
And bring you up when people come up. The link has been dropped. I'm going to play a song, everybody. All right. Oh, damn it.
Yeah. Turn it up. Static calm. Here we go. Yeah. Dust in the feed, hit record, no sleep. Truth unlocked, no keys. Paranormal beef, spirits flex. Hunters mad, eagles wreck. Cold cases, hot mics, ghost stories, knife fights. Who fake what, who got caught? Dust break it down, line by thought. Laughs first, fact stage, roll a bit, then explain. Cross that line, he won't hide, owns the mess, takes the ride. Dust productions, clear the smoke. Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the dust busters, stand up, sweep the lines, hands up, hands up. Dust productions, night to day. If it's messy, on display. Join the dust busters, stand up, sweep the lines, hands up, hands up. YouTube wars, screenshots rain, sub counts drop, pride in flames. Call out vids, fake apologies, dust cut through, no mythology. Receipts stack, time stamp, spin don't work. Facts glam, come and fights, keyboard rage. Dust stay cool, calm the stage. Jokes fly, chat laugh, but the point always lands. Say it straight, no disguise, on the wrong, look alive, look alive, yeah. Dust productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke, Join the dust busters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up, Dust productions, night to day, If it's messy on display, join the dust busters, stand up, sweep the lines, hands up, nah, hands up. Power Rangers morph in time, old heroes cross lines, yeah. Suit actors, fan debates, convention beef, yeah. Long delays, yeah. Red and blue, yeah. Gold and black, dust got law, way back, yeah. Respect, earned when it's due, call the mess, call the truth, yeah. No cape, no ghost, just a mic that cuts close, no hiding, no spin, accountability wins, yeah. Dust Productions, clear the smoke, yeah. Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Dust busters locked in. Sweep it clean, all in. Dust Productions, end of dust. Yeah. If it's chaos, trust the dust. Yeah. Hit subscribe, stay sharp. Yeah. Dust out now, dust out. Yeah. Yeah. Hit subscribe. Stay sharp now. Dust out. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what we got here. Oh, we do have some people. Let me start my virtual camera again. I like ran to the bathroom. And Jonah's back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we do have some people. And okay, there's someone that has the name Hello. I don't know who that could be, and I do have to watch out for trolls. I'm not here from drama. I just couldn't comment in chat. That's all. Just watching. Love you, Francis. All right, so you're just watching. You're not actually wanting to come up. Hello. Okay, cool. So we have 2 people. Someone else just clicked the link. Answer 06 did click the link. What I'm going to do is, so I have Brent, Ray, and Answer. I'm going to bring Ray up first.
Okay.
And then we can bring up Brent and then Answer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're going to do a group chat type thing tonight.
Okay.
Just because I just think that that's where like maybe some yelling and stuff might happen, and we're just gonna
I'm not like the biggest baby. I'm just saying if people direct yelling at me, I'm just
trying to ignore that, and then it just makes the stream even longer. So ladies and gentlemen, reality.
You listen here, Joan.
I'll listen.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
mad at you because
Okay.
you said we can only have 2. I want 3, maybe not half, not 2.5, like 3.
What if they vote? But like the thing is, if you have more than 2, they could vote you off the island. That's like my fear.
Right, but if we have 3, right?
Okay.
Like we can always have a party because you need at least 5 people to have a party. So if there's 3 and there's us, that's a party.
Okay, let's start with 2. And
All right,
then let's have a big fight, and that will be the baby to save the relationship.
Okay, I like that plan.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. Thank you. Okay,
No,
I'm glad
right.
we're on the same page. Good. Yeah.
I will say this, having an outsider's perspective is always refreshing because it's always the same people. So it was nice to have a fresh opinion. Like I wasn't even impressed, but the thing I'll say is like I do understand, like, again, yeah, even that night I said I understand Brent's perspective as well. I've never not have, but as somebody who also like me, Dust, Brent, like a lot of, we're fresh off of drama from from the same community, right? That we all were part of, right? And I realized, you know, I'm back to work, so I don't even have time to stream like I used to, right? But also knowing that like the less I breathe oxygen, because I already said what I needed to say, right? They already said what they need to say. At that point, you just let the public decide which way the wind they want to blow with the wind, right? Because like there's nothing more to say. So like I do understand wanting to like express it, like the whole thing where you said like no justice, right? Do I feel like I was, there was injustice done to me or whatever? Sure. But regardless of which, I also have to accept that I'm not going to get justice. I'm not going to get an apology for anything. And I'm okay with that because, again, both my feelings are out there, their feelings are out there. It is good to say, sometimes move on because it's for yourself primarily. Like, it makes you go insane constantly talking about the same stuff that is not going to change what happened. It's not going to change anything for you. It's not going to change anything for them. So that's why I was telling Brian, you got to move on at some point because nothing is going to grow if you stay stuck.
And I fully understand that. And that's the only reason I tried to explain like how my brain works. That like you can say that all you want. And that moving on is such an embodied feeling. And sometimes I can't reach that. It's just not how my brain works. And I do need to keep processing it. And it's annoying. It's annoying for me. It's annoying for everyone who surrounds me. I totally get it. I just like, and I don't think you were telling him to get over it. Actually, you said the opposite. You said, I'm not telling you to get over it. But just because you said it that way doesn't mean it's like what someone hears.
Right.
And I think Brent heard get over it. Which, like, as I said, if you told me that, I would be like, I can't get over it.
Right. So, but that's the thing. I do understand that because like there are some things I can't get over. So I'd be a complete hypocrite by telling somebody, well, you need to get over it. It's like there are certain things. It's like I always say, pick and choose your battles. Right.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a spouse, right? If you got, I don't know if you're married or anything, but like when you're having an argument with your partner, okay, right. So when you're having an argument with your significant other, right? Mm-hmm. You pick and choose your battle sometimes because sometimes you have to think about, is this argument really worth ruining my day? And if you're like, no, this argument's petty, like I'm not going to be that mad and pick an argument because my husband didn't pick up his friggin' dirty socks off the floor. No, like I'm just going to pick it up and, maybe we'll address it later if it happens again. But like sometimes you have to know when to pick and choose your battles. And that's what it comes down to with Brent because we've had these same conversations. That's why I said, it's not productive. When I have conversations with people, I like to sometimes take something at least away from it, like something, whether good or bad, something. But I more so want these conversations to be productive and actually have some kind of educational value sometimes, or just not just always just constant bitching and moaning about the same stuff. Because at that point, what are we doing? We're not growing. It's the same old,
But I do have to say, in Brett's defense, he's on the paranormal streams and he does not bring this up. I only know about the paying thing because Dust and I had a conversation. Brent has never brought that up. I would not know that.
It's Dust's fault. Yeah, it's 100% Dust's fault. Looking back on it, it was 100% Dust's fault.
Like, my point is, like, Brent wasn't asked, like, Brent didn't talk about this until he was given permission to talk about it. So I do, like, I understand what you're saying. Like, it's over and over again. But, like, Brent's better than me because sometimes I can't shut the fuck up. So I need to, like, leave the conversation in general, even if it's like that. So, like, I want to give him kudos where kudos is due. He was asked to speak about it, and then he did speak about it. And I just don't feel like the heightened emotions was going to get anybody to the answer Brent was specifically looking for. I understand how this was probably really good feeling for a lot of people because there's a lot of heightened emotions, and I'm not going to try to take that away.
Right.
I'm just saying, as an outside observer, I heard Brent asking a question and everyone going, and another thing.
But the thing with Brent that I want to point out, right? Yeah. And again, no shade to Brent. And number one, you said something about he got permission. I'm like, Brent don't need permission to say nothing. But at the same time, it's like when I came at him last night, it wasn't coming from somebody who hates Brent or doesn't like him or whatever. It's like, for me, I do have this, like, and people don't understand, I find Brent fascinating and I don't hate him. I have some level of respect for him. I know, because, he is very unapologetically himself, and I get that. But sometimes I look at him like, Brent, you know how to talk. You're very articulate. You're smart. You manage your money well, with the exception of buying Power Rangers actor's $1,000 suit, you know, whatever. I'm still waiting for mine, Brent. But like, I see so much more from him that I hate seeing him being stuck in the same cycle. It's like you can be so much more. And when I see people who have potential wasting it, in my opinion, it bothers me because I do like to see people succeed. I like to see what people are capable of doing, you know, and he does have a good heart. His heart is in the right place, even though sometimes his takes and his opinions, I'd wish he'd have a little bit more empathy sometimes, but I want him to move past the stuff that every time somebody asks him, and again, I get you, but it's like, I don't know if you guys pay attention when he talks about it. It's like he kind of lights up a little bit, like, this is my time to talk about something that happened to me. And it's like, dude, I don't want you to have to focus on the bad things that happen to you within a community who would care less if you were gone tomorrow. You know, like, I want him to be more focused on positivity. And he has a thing where, like, you don't know this, but like last time somebody asked him questions about this and he gave an answer, that is what people who want to see you fail want you to do. They want you to keep talking about it so they can keep the cycle going, so they can keep talking about you, so they can keep going back and forth. And that's like, somebody has to break the cycle sometimes. You know, and that's what I've been doing. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to address certain dramas because, like, what's the benefit for me at the end of the day? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's going to keep the cycle going. It's going to keep people keeping me triggered and angry and upset. And I don't want to be angry and upset anymore on the internet. Not like over the certain, like, old stuff. I want to be angry about new stuff. You know, like, let's talk about the Epstein files.
Something different, something
right.
sparkly.
I want to be angry at something new. I don't want to be angry at the same old bullshit every day. Like, I want to be angry at Dust. Like, fuck you, Dust. How you had to bring up the goddamn, you had to bring up the fucking thing again for Brent to do that, because that trickled a whole effect. Because look what happened to us. Look what happened when he brought it up. You had Brent going on the rant, then he got Answer all upset because he went at Answer. Then you had the stream last night, then I came on popping off. When you this whole thing trickled an effect. You brought Reek and Ranger back, bro. Like,
I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that, believe it or not.
Right, but this is what I'm saying is, like, that's where I was coming across last night is like, you know, I want to see people move on from the things that hurt us or upset us. I want us to go on and be happier and thrive instead of be stuck in this endless cycle that is the drama well.
And that's why, like, when everything happened and me and Ray just like dipped, like we just like, all right, we're just like leaving, we're gonna do our own thing. And I started doing paranormal stuff. Like, everything was going fine. Like, people were still talking and saying stuff. We weren't really acknowledging anything because they want the back and forth and whatever, and they want us to be the crash outs or whatever, which is definitely not happening. The last stream isn't what they thought it was going to be. This one is not what they thought it was going to be. And, you know, after this, like, that's it. Boom, we're done. The next Power Ranger stream is actually going to be about Power Rangers and none of this. So, you know, and the paranormal stuff will always be like, you know, and both channels, it's stay on topic. You know, you can't just walk into a paranormal stream and want to talk about this shit. Like, I'm going to drop you down. But Andrew Sweeney with the $10 super chat. I am on both sides. I mean, my butt kept hanging on to what was said to me by Rican, but I dealt with put downs like that for years and needed to talk about it to vent, and that's fine.
Yeah, and I will say this because Joan mentioned the whole change the channel comment, and I'm like, I didn't say it last night because, like, I had just gotten home from work, so I was like fresh off of adrenaline high from work. But the whole thing about like to watch something else is like, Dust isn't just somebody I watch, right? He's a friend, you know. Yeah. Francis, she's not just somebody I watch; she's a friend. So like, now you're telling me, well, don't support your friends just because I'm on. Like, turn your support off when I come on if you don't like what I'm saying. And it's like, dude, again, it has nothing to do with me being mad about what you're saying. It's about the fact that we've talked about it before. We've had great conversations, and yet every time Brent comes on here and talks about it, it's like everything we talked about went in one ear and out the other. Because he keeps saying the same things and completely disregarding that there has been opinions of his that has changed throughout the conversations we've had, and then he just goes right back to it. It's like, that's what was really frustrating me. Like, bro, we just had this conversation months ago on my channel and like for hours, and it was a great conversation, and you were like, yeah, and then all of a sudden here you on Dust Street bringing up like saying the same things you said before, that you had taken some of it back before, but you were saying it again, and I'm just so confused. But yeah, that's kind of where I was at with when I was watching this. But I do like that you kind of gave an outside perspective. We do need at least more of that, kind of like a mediator, so that, you know, we all don't think we're completely batshit crazy unless you say, yeah, you're fucking nuts. And it's like, yeah, but we also have 2 kids and possibly a third on the way. So like, you
need to
chose
save
this
this relationship. Yeah,
you chose this. Okay,
and I first off, I'm not going to say anyone's crazy. Well,
it's okay.
no one in this situation is crazy. I think the approach that you're taking to this today at a more like grounded level and being like, I do care, would have been so much more beneficial yesterday. I do completely understand that you were very fucking heated yesterday, but like, I do think there's a difference in that conversation, because it does sound very like blaming someone when you come at them hot.
Oh,
the
100%.
only other thing I would say, and this is very hard to hear, and I'm saying it because I've heard it and it's very hard for me to hear, but it is good advice. You can't lead a horse to water.
I know. And
I know it's fucking suck. No, trust me, it fucking
it's
sucks.
my flaw, dude. I always am like, I want to drag you and put your head in the water and say, drink this fucking water.
No, I know what's best for everybody, but no one fucking listens to me.
Right. Excuse me, I'm dying. Hold on.
It's okay. Totally get it. But like that, just while she's coughing, so now I can speak over her. Like the true feminist I am. I think that's like important to remember that, like, yes, you're frustrated, and I hear you so much that you want what's best for Brent, or what you think is best for Brent. He might not get there. He might not.
I want you so bad, because like it's like when you talk to somebody who you can sense has a like good intellect, like he does have a good intellect when it comes to a lot of things. He is very smart. When he talks about certain things, like I've heard him talk about not drama stuff, and I'm sitting there like, damn, if we just agreed less, if we agreed more on certain things, Brent, I swear, like you'd. But that's the thing that bothers me. Is like I said, when I see people who have potential, it's just like, dude, like, please don't waste it. You have such a great mind, and you could really put that mind to some really good things. And I just like, I don't want to see him be stuck, because I've been doing drama for a long time, and as a content creator especially, like it's easy to really fall in those cycles. And when you're not a content creator, it's even worse, because like at least I'm doing this for money, at least I'm doing this for clicks. You're doing this with no actual benefit to you.
You get paid?
Yeah.
Oh,
I get paid. Wait, do you not?
Her channel is not monetized yet. She needs, I think you need like 200 more subscribers before you you can get super chats and stuff.
A lot more watch hours. If you want to put me in the background and mute me, that's great too. Do that.
Do you have a playlist? Well, hold on. Do you have a playlist?
I have 2 playlists. I have a live stream playlist and a podcast episode playlist.
Okay, because I was gonna say the way I got the watch hours up is I put all my stuff on a playlist, and I just had people watch the playlist on loop.
Yeah.
Right, just put it on the computer and walk away from the screen.
I'm gonna get negative watches from the Power Ranger community. They would never fucking mind. I don't want to watch this bitch. I'm gonna take views away from her.
I've been watching your stuff, and I'm just like, I was like not even aware you weren't even monetized. I'm just like, that's a shame.
This wasn't about me. I was just making that joke of you all get paid. But yeah, no.
You can get paid. You just have to put the bot in your chat if you're doing a live stream. Just saying, the bot helped. That's what I had to do when I first started. Somebody's like, you could do a bot, have them send the money to your Cash App, which is great because at least YouTube doesn't take their cut right away. So you can make some money before YouTube starts taking their 45%.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I do have Brent I'm going to bring up next. Brent and then answer.
Thank you, Ray, for talking to me so nicely. I appreciate it.
I will always talk to you nicely. You're going to be my future baby mama, so I have to talk to you nicely.
That's right.
Yes.
Respect me.
Yes. Thank you, Dust. This is great and much love. And y'all have fun with Brent. And I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Take care. All right, guys. I have to bring him up now. And hang on. First of all, what the fuck is happening here?
Oh, no.
All right. I have to move the chat. And hold on. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, here he is.
How dare you speak to me that way?
Brent Pham.
Oh my God. Hi, your name's Joan. I was gonna call you Ladies Fright because some people they identify by their social media name, but you identify as Joan.
You can call me either.
Okay.
It's fine. I know who you're talking to.
Yeah. Okay, so I think you're cooking. I mean, I know some people might consider some of your criticism of me as offensive. I don't, because you are making valid points. But you are not familiar with the community. So let me explain to you the stuff that you're missing, because you're not part of this community, so you don't know.
Okay.
When Ray says that she corrected me, it was the distinction between crack and coke. The difference is crack is a cooked version of cocaine, so it has more I don't know if potency is the right word. So people are hung up on this difference, and I admitted that that is my mistake, because that is like saying flour and bread are the same thing. They are not the same thing, but they flour is necessary to make bread, but bread is not flour, if that makes sense.
So Brent, I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit on that. There is a social difference when it comes to crack and coke. This is usually due to social economic circumstances. Crack is a much cheaper drug typically, while coke is more expensive. So both are cocaine, but being like coke is usually seen as like a white collar drug, and where crack is that. So it's also commenting on someone's social economic status. That doesn't there's a chat on the side here. Social economic status does talk about race too. There are connotations with that socially. I think that was what was trying to be explained. I understand what you're saying too. I think the difference is what you would be saying socially about that person. So
I admitted my mistake to Ray when so when she says I'm changing it, but that's not the discussion. When I say this again, that is not the discussion we're having. This is this part that people ignore. I'm talking about the double standards when you call someone a crackhead when there's no proof of illegal drug usage versus someone who has proof of illegal drug cocaine. And pharmacologically speaking, they are the same substance. This is stated in numerous scientific articles. They show up as the same compound, but one is different in the social economic. I'm not aware of that. I wasn't aware of this. The social economic status of that substance of crack and the substance itself. They are different in that aspect. So that is why I've been to but Ray wants to pretend that I'm hung up on that same mistake, which I'm not. I'm talking about when you call someone a crackhead who has done questionable things that I object to. That is criticize that person for what they've done wrong that we know. Why are you hurling insults to make their life even harder when they've already done that themselves? That is why I brought up that distinction. But people want to ignore that because they don't. Francis finally stated because JDF is more beloved while Rican is not. There is a bias. She says she's Team JDF for life, and she has a bias. She admitted it, and I have mad respect for that. So they're pretending that I'm hung up on the difference between the scientific and the social economic difference between crack and coke, when I was really discussing the double standard between calling someone a crackhead with no proof of illegal drug usage and someone who does have proof of illegal drug usage. And people want to ignore this. And so I just want to clarify that. And then what else? This thing about the getting over. Yes, I have told people in the past, if you don't like what I'm saying, then go to another. Yes, I will admit. But you know why I say that? Is I don't say that out of the blue. This is a nuance here. When people, this has happened on the paranormal, someone on the paranormal channel actually said, what is this discussion have good for your community? When I'm talking on topic. I don't appreciate that type of, how do I say it? That type of attitude when you tell someone, get over it. Like that is, I feel like if we're talking about the topic of the stream is a certain topic, you don't like it, I will tell that person, go somewhere else. Yes, but Ray wants to pretend that I go on other streams and say that without reason. And no, that I never do that. But yes, in on other streams, I have said, yeah, if people tell me I'm talking about the topic of the stream, and people have told me get over because they don't like what I'm saying. They don't have an argumentation, so they resort to ad hominem. And that is why I told her, go somewhere else if you don't like one, because if you're going to bring the energy, I could do that too. And you might disagree with that, which is fair, but let's not pretend that I just go on people's streams and tell them, like, if they're talking about Kurt Cobain, I see this with the rock and roll fans. They're very passionate. Dave Grohl cheated on his wife. This is a topic for months. And I don't tell them, get over it. I don't go on their streams and bring that energy because people go on social media and they discuss what they want to discuss. It is not someone's right to tell them what their goal should be. If I want to talk about the drama, and this is the topic of the stream, I will talk about the drama, even if it's repetitive. And for Ray to say she wants better, to me, that is, I understand if I'm a mentor, if someone hires me to be a mentor and they are doing certain things, I will say, yes, you should do better because I'm trying to help you. But if someone doesn't ask for help on social media, I've never met Ray in my life, I don't know who she is besides what I see on the screen, then this, I feel like her discussion, while well-intentioned, there is no place. It should be, that discussion should be for people that you know and you trust. I don't know Ray well, so I feel like that discussion is not applicable in this situation.
Okay, so what?
I don't think that's a fair critique of Ray. In the same way, I understand why you would feel defensive about that. I think Ray was trying to say that she would like what is best for you. Mind you, it's what Ray thinks is best for you. It's not necessarily what you think is best. I don't think that you should look at that argument in bad faith. There are plenty of people that you meet and you hear about and you want what you deem is best for them. I'm sure you have it with people in the Power Ranger community. Otherwise, you would not have an opinion about them.
Right. Okay.
So
sure.
I understand why you would be heated from how Ray came at you last night. Ray has since changed her, I don't want to say changed her tune because that suggests that like she changed her mind. She's coming at you with a very different tone. And I think that maybe we take a breath and think about what that tone actually means. She's not coming at you with bad faith arguments. I don't think you should treat it as a bad faith argument. I don't think it's ever a good idea to not want someone to give you well wishes. Ray is trying to give you well wishes. You might not agree with the path those well wishes go on, but she is trying to give you some well wishes.
Right, but I understand it, but she's trying to say that don't talk about the material that's being discussed. The stream, the topic of the stream was the Power Ranger drama and that's the discussion that we're having. I don't bring this, like, when I talk about paranormal, I don't bring this up. She's trying to make it seem like I'm bringing this up. And if people want to talk about certain things over and over again, regardless of the topic, then they should be allowed to do that. And I understand she means well, but I feel like I've experienced others. But you do better. I'm like, it comes across as it's passive aggressive. I've experienced it on other streams. So when Ray particularly, it was like, I understand where she's coming from, but I disagree that you can't tell someone not to discuss something that is the topic of the stream. If you don't like, so that's why when I said go to another stream, that's what I was talking about. I did not bring something off topic and I insisted on Dust talking about that. I talked about what's topic of the stream. So,
and I don't disagree with you. And I fully defended you at that point because I said you don't do that in the paranormal streams. You were given an invite and then you discussed it. I don't think it was a fair assessment to say like, oh, the same topics are coming up over and over again. It was brought up again. I understand also, but the passive aggressive notion of do better. I've said it in a bit of a passive aggressive way in my past too. I fully understand that passive aggressiveness is bad faith. Ray was not coming in bad faith. I think we need to drop that feeling. The other thing I think is a good practice for maybe everybody, and this will not make good online content. We need to stop saying you and we need to use I statements. So, Ray doing this, it made me feel this way, or I feel this way when something is said. We need to explain what is going on in the narratives in our head and then do that. Because people like you 30%, like I think it was like 33% more than you think they actually like you. Not everyone is coming at you in bad faith. I know last night felt bad. I can understand completely why that felt bad. I assume that you felt misunderstood. And that's frustrating. And I can understand that that anger feeling and that frustrated feeling. I do think that if people are willing to come on today and go, okay, I came on too heated, we should hear them out a bit. It does not make it right what they did in that moment. It was not right of them to speak to you that way. And I say it's not right, not that on a moral stance. I say it's not right based on the fact that it didn't do anything. It didn't change anyone's mind. The comment stayed where it was. But we got to let people grow. If people are able to come up and go, hey, I didn't make a good argument last night. I was heated. I was in my feelings, because it's a very touchy subject, Brent. Like, it's really, a lot of people feel things about this, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like JDF specifically and people's bias for it. People have been like, people see that and use that as an example for other traumas that have happened in their life. So people do come in very heated about this situation. It does not make it right the way they spoke to you about it. However, we do got to let people grow, or else we are going to get stuck in this notion.
Right. And I'm glad that she was able to clarify. But on other channels, you bring a certain as I said on the stream, you bring a certain standard. I will meet you at that standard. Yeah. This drama. Yeah. That I met, like, if the way she came at me, I bring that same energy. I don't go on people's stream and say, get over it, don't talk about those things. I said that because a couple of channels, I think people have said that to me, and I bring that same, I bring that same energy. And it's just kind of like, if you don't want to talk about the drama, then this is the Power Ranger the drama. This is what the stream is about. And I just feel that if people want to talk about those things, it's just kind of like, you can't really dictate what people want to talk about. And that's just my position. And it just swayed from this. I believe it's intentional, because we've been talking about this. It's a deflection. Francis finally admitted that Rican is, I don't care. Basically, she doesn't care about Rican, so it's okay to call him that without no proof. But JDF is beloved, so he gets a pass. That's basically what she said.
Yes.
And that's basically what my argument, but people don't want to admit their biases. And the reason why we were talking about, the reason why Dust even brought up a part 2 was because we were discussing after the paranormal stream, and Dust specifically said, this is bullshit time. We're talking about this. I didn't bring it up. He initiated it, and it just turned into this thing of why I was banned, all this kind of stuff. It just turned into that.
Yeah.
And then, it's just...
But so you're telling me all these things that happened. I understand the timeline. How did that make you feel about it?
The timeline?
How you discussing this right now, telling me the timeline again and again. You're doing that because there's an emotional thing underneath that. What is that emotion?
I mean, it's just kind of like I don't know what emotion. What was that like? I mean, I'm just responding, and things get like.
But you're not responding because you also have a bias behind this, and I'm not saying
Oh yes.
But you have a feeling behind it, and that's okay. I just think we do need to sit a little bit and think about like why are you feeling this? So like for me, I feel the need to reiterate this over and over and over again. It's because there's a frustration. Do you feel frustrated?
Not this. I guess you could say it's frustration. Yes.
Okay, so you feel frustrated, and that's understandable. I think that's what we need to sit and lead with sometimes, especially in a discussion that is so emotionally charged to begin with. I think it's going to be a lot different if, Brent, you like sit down and you go, I'm frustrated because this and this thing happens, and it either doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's fair that you're saying this, but like explain how you're feeling first. And it's hard to do, but you take a breather and sit down. And I'm not saying don't share it. I will push back a little bit once again with you. This is not your platform. It is the internet. People are also allowed to push back and say what they want to say. I understand that you want to express how you feel. I totally get that. But you can't also say that I don't think people should be able to do this. That's not how the internet works.
Right. But I mean, it came across with Ray, like when you're telling someone to not talk about something, you could say to Ray, it's the internet. We're allowed to have opinions as well. And what I'm talking about is the topic of the stream. So I'm not off topic. It's obvious to me she doesn't like what I'm saying, which is fair. Francis was the first one, I think, to my frustration stems from I say something, I'm arguing one thing, and people want to deflect because they would admit to their biases. Because I was clear from the beginning, there's a double standard. I talk about the double standard. That's what I was discussing. But people want to talk about Austin St. John. Like, they bring up Austin St. John because that I didn't bring up Austin St. John, but they wanted to bring that up because they are deflecting from what I'm. So I've had this discussion, like on other topics, people want to deflect. It causes me like frustration. I'm like, oh my God, like this is. I don't think people are deflecting because I think that's a bad faith like debate term if you're going to use that. I don't think people are deflecting. I do think people are getting caught up on other details. I think people are arguing different arguments because we're not using clear language about why we're upset. Because as I've said in this stream before, I don't think it mattered if you called him a crackhead or a coke head or a meth head or a weed head. That's another thing. But like it wouldn't matter. They would still be upset with it. And, it is because he was adored. But once again, that's not the argument I heard you presenting. I heard you asking, why can you call one person this and not another person? And Brent, the answer is going to be because they don't like the other person. Like that's the answer. It doesn't, maybe it doesn't satisfy, but that's the answer. And that's why like they don't want you calling it that person. I would just refrain from using any drug terminology. Just ask, why are the rules different in different communities? Does that make sense? Right. I mean, I'm glad that you see like that's just what it is. I mean, whether it's, I mean, with the people I think it was Ray. I mean, Answer. I don't think anybody else came up, and then Francis.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's basically what it is. I think, and you know, and we go on these streams. I mean, to talk about certain things. Some of it might be repetitive, and that, to me, it's just part of social media. This is part of you talk about things, and then you might not reach a financial goal. You might you might not reach a certain subscriber count, whatever. But it's just kind of like that. I feel that we should be able to discuss the topic of the stream, regardless of what it is. And yeah, you nail it on the head. I mean, I I mean, I don't know if I could say, I never said it that bluntly. Maybe I have, I don't know. But yeah, basically they're saying that this Rican or this other guy, you're allowed to call him that because you don't like him, but JDF, you can't call him that because we like him. So the rules, the standards don't apply to him.
Yes.
But people won't admit to they probably won't admit to that. I mean,
so why does it bother you that they won't admit to it?
Well, it's when we were having the discussion, it bothers me in general when you come on here to discuss something and then you're being thrown stuff that you're not arguing about. This not only on this stream, but on politics. This is a particular thing in politics as well. When you talk about something and then they throw stuff at you, which is not what you're talking about. And when you bring a certain passion to a discussion, there's a level of frustration when you're on screen. But this is not something that lingers to the point where I'm bringing it up on a paranormal stream, for example. It's just at that moment, it's just like I don't know if that's actually the right term, but people throwing stuff at you to try to steer away from something they don't want to talk about. So that is where my frustration comes from. And not just in Power Rangers, but on other streams too. Politics is particularly notorious for this. I'm talking about one thing, and the people want you to. It's just so. But when you bring passion to something, that's what happens.
Yeah. So my advice to you would be, if you can recognize it in real time, and I understand it's not always easy to recognize this in real time. If you can see the argument is getting off track or your argument is being misunderstood, don't take the bait of the other argument. Don't get lost in the details. Take a breath and go, that is not what I'm looking to discuss. Can I reword it for you? Can I do something different? Because if you take the bait, then you're going to be in the same fucking details all the fucking time.
Well, because that's what they want. Like, they want you to loop and get frustrated.
Yeah.
That's what that is. And also, Brent, listen, so apparently someone pointed out a long time ago, I didn't really like you that much. And so I think in a voice chat, I called you a moron a long time ago. I apologize. My views of course, changed, on you and everything. But I wanted, like, me and you face to face, I wanted to apologize. So I am very sorry. Okay.
And I accept your apology, and I understand where I think we'll just say that you didn't like what I was saying about your hero, David Frank, and you tried to find other ways to. It's called ad hominem, and I'm glad that you're able to admit. And then people are like, "Well, Dust called that guy, but he acknowledged his mistakes." I've said before, Dust is not clean. Nope. But he acknowledges. I've said this to you. I think it's just unfortunate, but you came clean, and that's the important part. So
yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that I did that, and I'm sure that other people are gonna bring up all kinds of other stuff that I've said and done, and all I can say is, like, if we don't try to change and learn and grow every day, then what are we doing? And like things that I might have said 4 or 5 months ago, like I said, like literally on the stream, I said something that I said last night. Like I don't agree with it today. You know, so I don't know. I just like to think that I'm trying to do better, and you know, not everybody's going to be happy with me. People are going to hear things that I've said in the past and never let it go, and that, like, I guess that's their choice. Like, there ain't nothing I can do about that.
Right. I mean, and it's so good. Like, I was shocked when Dusty told me that Joan wanted to do a show. I'm like, oh God. I mean, what is she? Does she know what she's getting herself into? I mean, I mean, it's just pretty crazy. I mean, but as long as Dusty, if you want to talk about this, I'm here. If you want to talk paranormal, we'll talk about that too. Everything in social media is fair game, and I personally respect whatever people want to talk about. I see, like I had a debate with somebody about the wokeness of some movies, and they're still having this debate. And my position at this point is I don't want to tell them to get over it. I just ignore those channels and just vote with my wallet. But I'm not going to go on these channels and say, move on, you are better than. That's just not how I roll. And I think, but I know Ray's coming from a good place, but that's just something that I don't feel comfortable doing, because people, I get passionate about different things. And, but Joe makes a good point. Like, it's tough during the moment when, people are gaslighting. And so it's very difficult to say, oh, no. That's not what we're discussing. But
that's not gaslighting. That's not gaslighting. Don't use that term. You can say manipulation. That is not gaslighting. I will push back to that.
Okay. I made a mistake.
Yeah.
Like throwing stuff that's not relevant to what I'm discussing. I think that's the better term.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's. I made a mistake with using the wrong terminology, but yeah,
it's okay. Most people.
So
do.
basically, people they throw stuff that's not relevant to distract from what I'm saying, and I think it'll get to the point where people will say, "Yep, calling another person a crackhead is fine because I don't like that person. He or she is not a good person, but JDF is off limits. You can't call him that because I like him."
Yeah.
And I think the conversation would have been, but people, these are JDF fans, and it's hard for them to. I think Francis understood, like, we need to calm down. And yes, I have a bias, and Francis has admitted to this. Team JDF for life. That is pretty clear bias, and it's just kind of like, so she keeps it real. But some of these other people, I hopefully they'll come to that same place. And that is what I was arguing. I've said it before. We shouldn't cancel people. I don't believe it's appropriate without context to call someone ahead of anything, because that's not something I'm comfortable doing. But I'm just holding people accountable to the double standards, and it seems like that is where the miscommunication happened. So
I don't think you need to hold people accountable to double standards. I think you can question it, but that's not your job to hold people accountable.
Or question it, yeah. Especially when
question it. Go ahead, yeah.
Right. I think the holding people account, I guess that's again not the right. You can question it, because especially when that is why we did part 2, because we were discussing that the topic of why I was banned is that's why it came up. So yes, we can question double standards. And to be clear, you made a criticism of me about people having a right to ban or whatever. I totally understand that. I said that if Hannah doesn't want me on channel because he's losing views and it's affecting his bottom line, he could have just told me, Brent, I can't have you on this channel anymore. And I said, okay, fine, I'll go somewhere. I understand, because you are trying to make a living off of YouTube, and I understand my views aren't accepted, so I will go somewhere else. That was not the conversation we were having, though. He started this money thing, and he was like, yep, I could be bought. And I was like, wow, you're very hypocritical when you are pushing for JDS mental health, yet you are resorting to this. And people were outraged. So, yeah, I don't know what else.
Yeah. Well, Brent, what I'm going to do is there's a few other people that I'm going to bring up. What?
Few. Wow, you got a lot. Joan is causing some.
No.
You keep it real. Let me just say this. You cooked tonight, and even if some of the stuff was critical towards me, I understand. I totally understand where you're coming from. So you cooked tonight, and you should make more appearances.
Okay.
No, you should, because it's totally reasonable what you're saying. Like, yeah, you understand. Like Ray came from a good place, but she came kind of hot the previous stream, and there's a lot of nuance to this, and you understand that. And so yeah, a lot of people tonight, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, all right, Brent. Well, listen, you take care. All right. And I'll catch you probably next time. Okay.
All right. Sure. Thank you.
All right, man.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Someone is here that has not been here for a little while. Answer, I'm going to bump someone in front of you just because of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Dynamite.
How's it going?
Dude. What's up, man? How you been?
I've been really good. It's actually my birthday week, so I've, been
Happy
celebrating.
birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you. No, I really enjoyed the stream. It is really nice having someone from the outside kind of commenting in on the Henryverse and just this little small fraction, because the lore goes so deep, and it's about, like, really, because I know Henry and stuff started 3 years ago, something like that.
3 or 4 or something like that.
But the whole lore of having characters, because even because I also feel like that's part of why certain biases and feelings towards people are the way they are, because they have been personified into this character almost. The most infamous one being, well, even with that too, because I'm not sure if we can even say certain people's names, because I haven't been watching the stream, because I kind of just been off grid per se, but I have been clicking on and off, and it kind of does seem like, I guess, police has been involved in the background, to where people can't say certain names anymore or address, quote unquote.
On the paranormal side, yes. On the Power Ranger side, no.
Oh, okay. Because I thought I heard a little bit of Rican Bill the other day, and
no, there was that thing with Rican being or pretending to be a police officer, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to?
I was made aware of that.
So, I used to really be in this community, behind the scenes and watching it, because I did find it entertaining. I'm not going to, be a hypocrite and not admit that. Because I'll give it to Rican. Rican is, brain rot, as they call him. But he is entertaining, this type of dark humor and stuff like that. I've gotten, more than enough chuckles, through him and his delusionality. But I just didn't know if it was a thing, because like I said, I don't know what levels has kind of escalated in that instance with the whole universe. But I just kind of wanted to check up on you, Dust, just because I know things, got really ugly. But after seeing the stream last night, and seeing familiar faces, I'm like, okay, well, I guess the Henryverse and whatnot is healing per se.
Not really. Henry, I think Henry's streaming right now and he's slamming me, but it's whatever. It is what it is. I don't care. He can say whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. This stream wasn't even really about, was his name brought up? Yes. Were a few things talked about? Yes. But the focus mainly wasn't really him,
But at this point, honestly, I'm not, Henry will always be brought up in these kind of situations, especially when you mention people like Brand, Reality, because without Henry, I wouldn't even not only be here in this stream talking to you and knowing of you, but also the whole lore of it all. Just because I know, Gina, and I do appreciate your, insight being, an outside looking in. But but the whole Brent and like the JDF versus ASJ and like that's only a small teeny tiny fraction of like the whole universe. And there's like a whole lot of nuance, and like I said, you know, even people being cemented into these characters. That's why people, you know, bring up like the sound bites, because Brent has a lot of sound bites. Like I literally can name you at least 10 sound bites from Brent, like off the top of my head, that he has, and also like Rican, even people like Reality, and it's gotten ugly because I've you know, there's been some stuff exposed in the streams of people that I don't think I needed to know, or, you know, but just because it's kind of, the train had already left the station, you know, that was already like set into motion. Because I mean, I'm not sure you want to get into it like that deep, because it, you know, it'd be a different story, but yeah, I mean, there have been like, I forget the word you were calling it, bloodbath or death.
Oh, blood sports.
Blood sports. Yeah, I've definitely been in the streams too, where like that has gone on, and it's so many clips, even to this day. One of the most infamous ones was where Weekend was saying, "I'm Raiden, I'm Raiden," like, and he yelled it like even like almost going like mute, because he was yelling from the top of his lungs, that phrase, and being just so worked up. Not only that, but also like calling off from work.
Oh God, yeah.
Like where like you're literally calling off of work just to entertain this drama and what people are saying about you in this community. So
Rican would call off work just to crash out on like Henry or whoever. Big Rudy with the $2 super chat. Dynamite, why you left me? He's just been laying low. Like when I did the first I can't do it anymore, like it was just like, it was crazy. It was just crazy. And
it really was. And you know what it was for me, at least personally, I don't want to like get too deep into it like that, but I definitely have had like family history of like violence, not through my immediate family, but like my grandparents and stuff like that. So it definitely brought me back to that, like, because it really got ugly, and I was worried about like the future of certain channels, even yours. I was like, oh my God, how is Dust gonna move forward from this? But I'm glad you kind of found like your footing. And even I know that the paranormal community is, you know, in shambles as well, and they're having their own thing.
Yeah, we'll get over it.
And that's too, like, you know, people, and I like what you were saying earlier too, us, with the whole like, you know, you just try to be a better person each and every day. You know, people will have mistakes, because even me too, sometimes I like think about some of the things I was laughing at within this universe, and like, you know, actively quote unquote cheering, and I'm like, dang, like I really was doing that. But then it's how you move forward, you know.
Yeah, and like people can say, oh well, I wasn't trying to be a better person every day back then. No, I really wasn't. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get that out. I was just trying to be a troll.
Dust. I feel like, you know, I will give you that. That's probably why within this whole universe, I had been following it for almost a year before I clicked on your link. But your stream was the first link I ever clicked on the Henryverse like that, because I did feel safe, you know, in your space, that you weren't going to be like one way or another, you know, in terms of bias. So.
Yeah, I want people to feel safe when they click my link. And it doesn't always happen, especially if you're, I don't know, say doing a Rican Ranger interview and there's just crazy yelling going on. That's something that I will never do again. I definitely learned my lesson.
That sounds stressful, but also like it is a fandom, and I know this plagues every fucking fandom, but like it should be enjoyable because you got into it because you're a fan. Like it should be fun. If it's not fun, then like why would you even it? I'm not part of any fandom, so I will admit I have a very hard time understanding. I don't get riding so hard for fictional characters that it causes you real life upset. I
No,
don't
and I'm
get it.
literally so glad you brought that up because that was also a point when I was watching this whole stream that
Uh-huh.
I'm like, I'm gonna bring that up because so for a lot of the Power Ranger community, and especially if you know what the Henryverse and like this whole segment of it is,
Mhm.
you are really like well known like in the Power Ranger community because even some of these people like Frances, Reality, she's done work for some of these Power Ranger actors for free even. Reality, I'm not talking about Francis.
Yeah.
And so you really do have to be in the thick of it with
Yeah.
you know the Power Ranger community. And with that comes a lot of like not only nostalgia, but a lot of these people that was their escape for whenever they were bullied back then. So I think a lot because even I think Dust one time made a stream and he made a poll of like, were you ever bullied
Oh yeah.
for being a Power Rangers fan?
Yeah.
And that because that is a big thing, like a kind of an unspoken thing that if you're a really big Power Rangers fan, at some point in your life you were like bullied or something like that or looked down upon, and that
Yeah.
was kind of your escape. And so I do see like where a lot of these people, and especially JDF being, you know, the most famous, you know, Ranger even today. So because I know personally when I found out, you know, that he had, you know, passed, I remember being with my cousins and being like, oh my God, this just happened. And I saw it on Twitter or whatever. And we all kind of stood in shock
Mhm.
because, I mean, we are big Power Ranger fans per
Yeah.
se, not as big as some of the people here on the community in the streams, but we were like, dang, like for me personally, it was almost like, I was like, dang, like, I guess, you know, people do go through it, even if you don't see their everyday interactions. And, you know, no matter what they put out into the world, you don't know what people are going through behind the scenes.
So
Yeah.
listen, really quick, I do want to say, like, after the first I Can't Do It Anymore, and you know, the ban from Henry's Discord happened and everything just kind of started to separate. I did wonder about some people that had clicked my link and some people that had like followed all of this stuff, and I was genuinely worried about some people. And Dynamite, you were one of them because you like fell off. And me and Co, I think the other day we were even like, yo, where's Dynamite? Is he okay? Like, because literally, like, it was like a community split. The community now like is split and hates each other, and it's like, and I know I heard a lot of people back when I was a part of that community, and when I did what I did, you know, and people can go ahead and call me a liar and say this and say that, and point out all kinds of stuff that I said in the past. And all I can do is say sorry, and people can either accept it or not accept it. So Dynamite,
no, that's
if I
all
heard,
you can do. No, for sure. I do like that as well. And no, I'm fine. I mean, I wanted the dust to settle at least for like a few months, like which has been like about 2 at this point almost. Because I feel blindsided by certain things and just not being in the, because I even before I do credit myself to like having that sort of premonition of like, okay, don't get too close to things to that level, because you know you don't want to be like caught in the muck of it, you know. And so I never joined the Discord, but with that came other issues, because when I started speaking up based on things that were said to me, you know, on these streams, and which I thought would be public, you know, and people would just have kind of an earnest, because I feel like when you are speaking in front of people like this, and you know, comments can flood in and people can see you, like you would think that people would be earnest with what they say, but it wasn't the case mostly with certain people or like with certain things. And so I kind of did feel like blindsided in that way, because I don't know, I didn't know a lot of things that were, I guess, happening in the background were.
Yeah.
And because they were just kind of unspoken, unless you were in the Discord or something like that, or even if you were in the Discord, there were like certain sectors within that Discord that were not public and
Yeah.
whatever.
It is.
So that was my whole thing with it. Like, I felt like blindsided because even when I first came in here and I camped up, I said, hey, I don't necessarily have a horse in this race. Like, this just kind of started for me as like a meme, like just jokes, characters that were kind of building up, and me just kind of, and I compared it to like a reality show at some point. But I think once, you know, the water started getting really muddy and, you know, things just started becoming really ugly, I was like, well, I've been watching this from the beginning per se, and, you know, but also I didn't have that insight that other people had that were more, you know, knowledge in certain things. So yeah, that was my whole thing with that. I was just, I felt like I had been, yeah, blindsided in certain things. So I wanted to take, you know, some time just to kind of retract and let the dust settle. But last night I saw that people were up here, you know, that I was like, oh, are they ever gonna not only speak to us, but also like be on camera and come up like that? So when I did see that, I'm like, okay, well, I guess the community is healing, or,
No.
you know, things weren't as bad as I made them out to be in my head.
It was all because Brent said some stuff, and that's why they came out. And like they had ninja watched like some of my paranormal stuff, maybe not. It doesn't really matter. But I don't know. Like me and Francis used to talk like all the time. We don't anymore. Me and Answer used to talk all the time. We don't anymore, and it's because, well, I know Answer and Francis, to be fair, are going through like personal stuff. So that's why, like, especially after everything happened, like, I ain't pushing nothing. If someone wants to talk to me, they can go ahead and talk to me, you know? So it's kind of like one of those things. Like when Henry said that things will never be the same, there was never a truer statement. And, you know, I don't know. Dynamite, I just want to say, like, dude, if you were hurt by anything, or if you were hurt by anything I said, like, dude, I'm sorry. And that, like, seriously, like, I had to turn my camera off because I was getting emotional just hearing your talk. So
I told you I'd make Dust cry.
no, technically
No,
it wasn't you, it was Dynamite, but okay.
No, it's not necessarily like that with you. Like, I definitely, I mean, I do have my own reservations about like how people, I guess, not necessarily handle this whole thing, but like, and I don't even know if I want to say it because I don't even know if I want people to react and say whatever and whatnot. Because I'm not even a character in all this, but even like certain phrases I was saying in my last appearance, like, were made out to be this thing and this meme. And even today too, I kind of like glanced at some things. I'm like, oh, they're still kind of on that. Like, I don't know. But I will say this, like, you know, I wanted to take my time, and I did. And I'm glad you're saying that you're literally actively, you know, trying to become not only better, but that you're acknowledging that, like, hey, you know, I did this, but this is where I am now. And even you, Joan, too, you were like, you know, 6 months ago type of thing, where I was this person, but talk to me now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, people can learn and people can grow. And I mean, no, I don't think I you know, was necessarily hurt in any way, shape, or form, because I know I'm not like a main player in this. I know that there was other people that definitely got roasted, grilled, whatever term you want to use. And there was like a few things said here and there, you know, from all sides that I'm like, dang, like, but just a month or two ago, we were cool.
Yeah.
And now this is being thrown around. I don't know. But that also goes into, and I'm not speaking for anyone specific, but just sometimes the community as a whole. There's a lot of unresolved trauma, unfortunately, too, in the Power Ranger community. And now looking back, too, I can feel that some people in this community are a little jaded because I'm not sure if Joe knows this, but a lot of people in this Henryverse and Power Ranger community are fans of the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. So with that, it's a lot of people that are 45 plus, and not to be ageist or anything like that. But I feel like certain people are just kind of stuck in certain ways, certain behaviors, sort of kind of jaded at some things with this world, because maybe things just didn't go a certain way when they were younger, or whatever situation they may be stuck in. And maybe sometimes they did kind of use some of these streams, especially when the shouting matches were happening, as some sort of like, I don't know, escape or like
social engagement. They were using
but
it
in a
to
negative way,
socialize.
unfortunately. And it did bring a lot of jokes and a lot of memes and a lot of sound bites. But to that expense, you know.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, listen, Dynamite, I thank you for coming up. I do have Answer 06 in the back, and we do need to hear from him.
Yeah.
No, for sure. I mean,
also, Dynamite, your skin is flawless looking. Just so you know. I don't know if it's like the lighting, but it looks so nice.
No, you don't understand. Everybody like loved whenever Dynamite used to come up on stream.
I loved it right now. I'm a fan.
No, and I loved your take. Like, you had so many good takes, just being an outside perspective, because I mean, and I've seen this too, where like Brent doesn't get the grace. I don't want to say that he necessarily deserves, but even with the whole thing of like a broken clock is right 2 times a day type of thing, like, you know, not everything that someone says just because you have a bias or you're whatever, you know. So I'm glad that you came at it from that perspective, because even me too, like, I've shown little snippets and whatnot to some of my coworkers, even some of my cousins that kind of follow the Power Rangers too, and like they have like similar takes where like, oh, like I do get this, but at the same time, like some of these people, like, you know, so
yeah, no, I totally get it. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, listen, Dynamite, thank you so much for coming up, man. It was good to see you. Like, truly.
for sure. You'll have a great night.
All right, man. Take care. Well, all right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Answer 06.
I don't know why, but I can't hear anything.
You can't hear nothing.
Every time you click someone off, it goes silent on my end.
Can you can't hear me at all? What the hell's happening? Hold on. I think he just, so listen, Answer, if you can hear me, just exit out of StreamYard and click the link again. Like, that's the only thing I can think of, you know. Here he is. We'll try it again. Answer, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys now. I had to click out.
Okay, cool. Very, very sorry. Well, it must have been like a glitch on StreamYard.
Yeah, every time that you had clicked someone off, it went silent, so I had to keep coming in and out.
That's weird.
Yeah, it may be a glitch on your end.
Yeah, maybe, probably, like, StreamYard hasn't been perfect lately. So how you doing tonight, man?
It's a heavy night, but I'm here to answer any questions. I missed some of the stream because I was doing other things. And towards the end, I'll explain the reason why for the image that's on as my avatar for tonight.
United States Army. Oh, okay. No, it was just I don't know about questions. It was just if you just had anything you wanted to say or anything in regards to the stream tonight. But again, I don't know how much of it you saw or did not see.
There was a few things I saw. If you saw Chul seem in the chat, that was me talking because my other phone was occupied with something else. So that was me. That was interacting throughout the process of your stream. In reference to when I asked Brent about the education thing and not to say the university, it was so he wouldn't get doxxed. Like I could sit there and ask for a FOIA request of that university. Then I would have Brent's information. So I was protecting Brent when I brought that up. It was not taking shots at him in reference to the doxing part. It was more being protective. Hey, don't say the actual school. And I saw Brent did make a comment in the chat saying that I probably looked him up. Nope, didn't look him up. Never have I looked into him in that sense. So whatever. Any questions?
Dude, it's been a long night. I'm not gonna lie. Like, like I know Joan's got food sitting in front of her, and she's like, "Damn it, she just wants to eat."
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't care. I'm on here. I understand where you're coming from, but do you understand why asking someone if they're educated makes that the next line of questioning seem very targeted about their intellect?
Yeah. It's an interview tactic. I mean, I am a law enforcement officer. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's certain baseline of questions I would ask before I go in on someone or have a conversation with someone. Yeah.
Okay.
Especially when I'm bringing up facts.
Yes, but you weren't interrogating him. You were trying to have a discussion with him. I don't think a discussion can be an interrogation.
People may have different opinions about that.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's you made an interrogation, and if we're gonna process something, it's gonna have to be a discussion, not an interrogation. Because like what? So with an interrogation, you want to get something out of it. What did you want to get out of it?
Oh, it's exposing the double standard that he has, and I exposed that like halfway through that conversation.
So then, why did you come up? Because he was asking a question. Why expose? Like, what's the need to
again the way that he came at me the day prior, where I was not able to respond, and then put in my former profession about it, is making it seem like as if the way I took it, at least, that me having that job, I'm not entitled to an opinion. I'm not a robot. So that was one of the reasons why I did it the way I did it yesterday.
Okay, I'm just I guess I'm unclear. So I understand like what you. I shouldn't say that. Let me dial this back. I understand that you did not like being spoke about without being able to reiterate what you like or to retort your points. That being said, how does an interrogation help you to to say your piece about that?
If I can, I'll correct you. I didn't mind Brent bringing me up if he's just said answer 06. Once you brought the profession in, that's where I had the issue. Like if he had just said answer 06, that would have been fine. No problem. I wouldn't have any qualms or feelings about it. And then I probably would not even addressed it. But then it's not the first time that he has taken that stance and poked that jab. So that's why I rebutted the way I rebutted.
So what is the issue with bringing in your profession?
Because of the climate that we're currently in and how law enforcement is viewed in certain aspects, and then saying just because I work a particular job that I'm supposed to have a certain set of decorum. I'm a person just like everybody else. I have my high days, I have my low days.
But from what I understand, he was suggesting that you might have background knowledge based on your profession about this document.
He didn't state it like that, so.
Okay, and that's fine. And I think that's where we could have asked clarifying questions then instead of interrogation. Because I don't think the interrogation got anybody anywhere.
Yes and no. I disagree, but I
Why do you
understand.
disagree? Please explain to me.
I understand your viewpoint. I'm not going to go into the explanation part
Why?
because I don't have to.
Okay.
Well, I don't force anybody to say anything that they don't want to, but it's just asking questions, you know. Do you have all right answer? So do you have any questions for us?
I don't know why Ms. Jones, that you took such a point about me bringing up the veteran suicide.
Because it felt very manipulative.
No,
because it was a straw man argument, and it felt very manipulative.
So, like for me, my knowledge base would be on that side because I am a vet, and then I also worked in a federal capacity for the military. So, I would see it from that lens. I would also see it from other lenses, but those statistical data is something that I know, and the fact that I was dealing with a friend the day prior going through a crisis, that was the reason why I brought up that data, because it was fresh on my mind.
That's fine, and I understand being in an emotional place, but this wasn't the time or place, and no one else knew that at the time. So I'm going off based off the knowledge I knew at the time, which
however, I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a little lag on my end. No, however, while you brought that up, Dust was aware of that conversation that was had yesterday in VC, and he kind of interjected, but he did not. I didn't bring it up.
You brought it up originally. That was another thing that with Brent, you can't get upset if you bring up a topic and then someone comments on it. I did not bring it up.
No. What I'm saying is tonight you brought it up.
Yes, because you said it.
Why did I bring that up? And then what I'm saying is last night, when Dustin and I had a conversation in VC, he could easily said, well, because of this situation. That's why I insisted, hey, Dust, talk about what was said in the VC to give clarification of why.
Which I did.
Okay, but that's also now an excuse. I don't hear you coming up here and saying, hey, you know what? I was emotionally charged. I had just been through something very traumatic. That's kind of why it was on my mind. It was probably not an appropriate thing to say because it doesn't involve this.
Okay.
See, there's just a lot of, I'd say, people are, to me, it seems like a lot of people are not willing to, I don't know, people's, like, the thing is, it's kind of like, all right, so Brent doesn't want to let certain things go. And it seems like everyone else kind of feels the same way in some instances with certain things. And at some point, to me, at some point, something's got to give. And it's like, what's going to happen? Like, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? You know, it's like, where do we go from here? How do we solve the problem? How do we solve the issue? Is there any solving it? You know.
Oh, after yesterday, I'm kind of done with it. Like, you guys are addressing it today. Pop my head in, say hello, answer any questions that I could answer, and then after that, I'm done with it.
I mean, pretty much like that's. I said that exact thing to Joan. I'm like, I'm going to do the stream, and then that's it. Like, I'm done with all this. Like, the next stream is going to be like on this channel. It will be an actual Power Ranger stream. It's not going to be none of this. And then it's back to paranormal stuff, you know. And it just seemed like yesterday, like a lot of people said a lot of things that maybe they were just holding on to, you know, because when was the last time anyone had the opportunity to talk to Brent or argue with Brent or argue with me or argue with you or argue with Francis or get anything out that's maybe been holding on since before Henry Geddon happened? I'll call it the Henry verse, whatever the hell I did.
Yeah, I could see that standpoint.
But I don't know. It's like, and you know, dude, like before I even did these streams, dude, you know that like Henry, people would tell me, oh, Henry said this, Henry said that. So like I'm hearing Henry's taking shots, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, whatever. I don't want to hear it. And you know, sometimes stuff like that, it does get hard to ignore. But I think it's what's best for me is to just stay away from whatever he's saying or whatever he's doing, and just try to move forward and push through. And it's sometimes, and I'll tell you this answer, like sometimes, because like there are people in my Discord and people that come in to my chats and stuff and people that I talk to that are still in both fandoms. Like sometimes it's hard for me because, and I'm not telling anyone to choose, I would never, I'm just saying like sometimes people are gonna like, Henry's mad at me, right? He's fucking mad. We can all agree on that. He's fucking mad. And I've been fucking mad at him. And what are people that are mad at each other going to do? They're going to fucking talk shit behind the scenes and maybe in public. So whenever we're in VC, I don't like that happening. I don't like those types of conversations, because then I feel like it puts you answer in like a weird position, because like, you know, you're friends with Henry, like it's fine, whatever, it's cool. And it's like kind of like the same with like Rudy and like everybody else. And you know, people like me and Ray, we have to be careful. Like even though like Answer Me and you can bullshit, sometimes like me and Ray have to, like, we've talked and we got to be careful with the people that are still like cool with Henry or going around, because we don't know if people are trying to like just feed us information or try to get information or this or that. And it's like, we don't want any part of that. We don't want to get caught up, you know, in whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah, you don't have to tiptoe around me. Like, it is what it is. I get it.
No, I personally wanted to talk to you about that.
Yeah, I take no offense to it, so you're good.
Like it would be the same with Francis too. Like it's like I get it. Y'all can be cool. Y'all can be friends. It's just shit happened. I did some shit, and you know, I spoke out about some stuff. We don't agree, and it's just the way it's gonna be. You know. So I don't know. I will say to everyone who is in both fandoms, sorry if I make you all uncomfortable. I'm not telling anyone to choose. I don't really plan on talking about Henry. I know, like, the very first, I can't do this anymore. Like, yeah, that was about like the mods and Henry and everything. And then the second one was just like, okay, well, I should probably talk about, you know, the Brent stuff or whatever, or the JDF stuff and the Austin stuff, and then the Brent stuff. And then this one is just like, you know what? I'm just putting it to rest. Like, I'm going to let people talk, and we need someone from the outside to, you know, maybe give an opinion on stuff. And Joan and I were talking, her and I are friends, and I just liked her takes on a lot of things. And so that's what encouraged this. But anything moving forward, what anyone is thinking over there in that other community, like, this is it for me. This as much as that's going to happen is at least on my side. It's going to go back to content that I want to make, and people can watch me and people can not watch me. And I will say this, if Henry is saying stuff, y'all don't have to tell me. Y'all don't have to tell me. It doesn't matter whatever Henry's doing, that's him. Whatever I'm doing, that's me. Like, we ain't gotta. I know he probably wants this back and forth, but I don't. And it kind of ends here for me. And like, I know everybody wanted me to speak on all this stuff. This is the most y'all are gonna get. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel for you. Your situation is kind of unique.
I think the whole situation is just messed up, but I mean, it just is what it is at this point, you know?
Yeah, at this point, it is what it is. Any last questions or comments or concerns?
Yeah. So answer. I actually think it's really, really great what you do with forming a community and putting out information. And I would actually like to learn a lot more. As I said, I just don't think yesterday was the time or place, but I do think it's a very important message that you give. And I really appreciate that you were vulnerable yesterday and saying what works and doesn't work for you. And I think it's very commendable to be able to go out and have people trust you within a community to go and help them when they're in a time of crisis. And I fully appreciate that you give out a phone number and try to act responsibly in that way. And I would like to learn more about that. So is there anything like you would like to say now to like get that word out?
Sure. Like, hey, if you're struggling, 988, you could call it. If you're a veteran, press 2. If you're not capable of talking because you're so filled with emotion and texting's better, you could also text 988. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know that you can actually text that number. If not, if you have a friend, reach out to them and see if they can help you. Mm-hmm. If you decide to call 911 or if there's 311 in your area, if you do own firearms, leave those locked and secured. Wait outside. Tell them what you're wearing. And so then that way the appropriate people come out to help you. They don't perceive you as a threat. They will pat you down and then talk to you and then get you the assistance that you need. Life is short, so communicate with who you have to communicate with to get any assistance that you may need. So in reference to the image that's on my avatar, it's a military police shield with a black band on it. The gentleman that I escorted to the hospital passed this morning. So
I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences.
I appreciate it. I'm not using it as a sympathy card or anything like that. Just put out the facts.
I don't think that you are, and I think it's a good time to give that message. Yeah.
There's some other people that may have said things in the past that I'm looking for sympathy. Not at all. Just putting the facts out there. Like, hey, this is what it is. You know, things were real.
Damn it.
I'm just glad that he's going to be going to a better place, and now it's just time to make sure that his family is good, and then go from there. Culturally, the disdain or issues that I have with Brett and I, we culturally clash because I have certain beliefs about when someone passed. You don't talk ill about them, and in the Haitian culture, it's 5 years. So, hey, I'm just trying to do my part. If that helps, that person gets to the other side the way they're supposed to get there. Hey, if it works out, it works out. And that's why I had my issues with him. But again, like I said yesterday, this is America. You can say whatever you want. And doesn't mean I have to necessarily listen to it. But sometimes maybe I can't switch off from where I'm listening to something where he goes on and says what he says.
Well, that's what I think it is. You know, like.
Yeah. But, I mean, sorry to cut you off, Dust.
No, you're okay.
I mean,
it is what it is. And just my parting message is, be kind to each other. You don't know what people are struggling with. You don't know what they're going through, and look out for each other. And then again, if you're struggling, 988, call it, text it, and if those two means are not working for you, call 911, or if you have 311, call 311 and try to get the help that you need from there.
Do you have tips for vets who are looking for that community aspect before they're in crisis?
There's a lot of different veteran groups on Facebook. There's a lot of VFWs in different cities. There's a lot of American Legions. There's all these veteran social clubs. You can join any of those and try to find that as an outlet. For me, I use CrossFit and martial arts as my community outlet. There's veterans in both, so I get to interact with them and get to do something productive with my time. So, yeah, those are all different means of doing certain things.
Thank you. And then just like one last question, because you mentioned your friend's passing and the family. I don't know if you want to say who that friend is, and I don't know what Dust is comfortable with, because I don't want to ask like a GoFundMe or something. But is there something that you think you can generally do for families in these situations?
Just reach out to those families when they come home. Hey, like if they're your neighbor, they just came back from a deployment, check up on them, interact with them. Don't treat them like the oddball in the group.
Sometimes they just need conversation, is what you're saying?
They just need to be reintegrated into society. Don't brush them off to the side.
Yeah.
In reference to this particular person that passed, his family hasn't been fully notified yet, so I can't release the name. So
Okay.
I'm going to just leave it as that.
That's fair. But I guess more of my question was like, if someone has suffered a loss, is there a good step to do for the family?
So I'll reference a friend that lost a spouse recently, who left this planet the same way. Right? I just here and there check in, find out when the kids' birthdays are, and then do phone calls or send presents. I know it's not going to bring back that family member, but try to make it more joyful for them, even though they lost a parent. And interact with them like, hey, just so you know, your significant other was proud of you. Stuff to that nature, and just be a little bit more kinder than you would normally be, and just generally be there for when they may have questions or may need someone to talk to and vent.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Well said. Well said. Sorry.
But with everything else that's going on, I just want to wish everyone a good night, and just a reminder, just be kind and keep your ears open, hear people out, and then go from there. You never know what they're struggling with or what baggage they're holding on to.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, listen, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you coming up, man.
And no worries, man. I'll be around.
All right, man. You take care.
All right. Later.
All right. Well, it's a heavier stream than I thought. Yeah, it's definitely a late night. I don't really know what else to add. My mind's kind of fried.
I get that. I totally do.
Yeah, so all right, well, guys, if you all thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for everyone who super chatted. Thank you to everyone who came up. Appreciate you all. Thank you, Joan, for giving your opinions and giving us a fresh perspective on everything tonight. I think it was definitely needed.
Thanks for having me again. I really appreciate it.
So, all right. Well, thank you, and I'll let you finally eat and get to do your thing.
Thank you.
Right.
I appreciate it. Just before I go, I'm just gonna plug myself because I'm a little asshole about that.
Oh, right.
Please come if you want to see more of me. Check me out at Ladies Fright on YouTube. I'm also on Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook, and Threads. I cover the narratives behind the paranormal, and I talk about why we have certain topics and why we keep the stories of the dead alive. So if you want to come check me out, just find me over at Ladies Fright. I live stream every other Tuesday, and that's a little bit more fun stuff that I do. You can check out the last live stream I did, which was with yours truly over here, Dust, where we talked about the conspiracy theory that Shane Dawson came up with about Chuck E. Cheese and its pizza.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the last a new episode is going to be coming out this week, and it's going to be about not deer. So be on the lookout for that if you just kind of want to break out the Power Ranger stuff and go see something a little bit different. So yeah, and then thank you, Dust, so much for having me. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. All right, well, you take care, okay?
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. All right, guys. All right, so we go full screen. All right. All right, guys. So that's the stream. That's it. That's what we got tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. And, you know, I think no matter what, there's always going to be haters. There are going to be people that are going to see this stream and say F this and F that. And that's just is what it is. But you all take care. I'm going to go. You all have a wonderful, wonderful night.
Yeah. Turn it up. Static calm. Here we go. Yeah. Dust in the feed, hit record, no sleep. Truth unlocked, no keys. Paranormal beef, spirits flex. Hunters mad, egos wreck. Cold cases, hot mics, ghost stories, knife fights. Who fake what, who got caught? Dust break it down, line by thought. Laughs first, facts stay, troll a bit, then explain. Cross that line, he won't hide, owns the mess, takes the ride. Dust Productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, hands up. Dust Productions, night to day, If it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, hands up. YouTube wars, screenshots rain, sub counts drop, pride in flames, call out vids, fake apologies, dust cut through, no mythology, receipts stack, time stamp, spin don't work, facts glam, coming fights, keyboard rage, dust stay cool, calm the stage, jokes fly, chat laugh, but the point always lands, say it straight, no disguise, on the wrong, look alive, look alive, Dust Productions, clear the smoke, Drama loud, truth gets spoke. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up, Dust Productions, night to day, If it's messy, on display. Join the Dustbusters, stand up, sweep the lies, hands up, not hands up. Power Rangers, morphin' time, old heroes cross lines, suit actors, fan debates, convention beef, long delays, red and blue, gold and black, dust got law, way back, respect, earned when it's due, call the mess, call the truth, no cape, no ghost, just a mic that cuts close, no hiding, no spin, accountability wins, Dust Productions, clear the smoke, drama loud, truth gets spoke, Dustbusters locked in, sweep it clean, all in, Dust Productions, end of dust, if it's chaos, trust the dust, hit subscribe, stay sharp, dust out, now, dust out.